Hello, hi. Welcome in. I totally did not get lost watching a Ryan Gosling interview on my phone while the stream's was starting. How's everybody? Welcome in. YT, congrats on first. Tori, congrats on second. Horseman's been doing quests for forever. Hello, Horseman. Hi, Wolfie. Oni, hello. Time for a little D&D. What to do, what to do. One, two, three, four. So I think we have 2 pieces left. How many? I haven't. I actually haven't. I sent them all to Brit last night, and that was the last time I looked at them. Well, that's not true, because my desktop... Can you see your desktop? I don't think you can. My desktop is all of the Leon pictures rotating is what my desktop is now. So, like, every time I go on my computer, there is one, but... How funny? I didn't think it was funny. Help Kithrak Voss increase your potential. Deal with the devil. Main quest. Disable the steel watch. Consider Cortash's bargain. Get Orin's netherstone. If we kill 2 targets from the list and bring a severed hand as proof, we can stand before the murder tribunal and enter the Temple of Baal. We need to find him. Figaro Pennygood is the next on the list. We need to find him before the killer does. Okay, so we need to do that, or we need to do this. So, interesting. Okay. 260. Holy shit, I didn't even know I've streamed that many times in my life.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
Warp. When do we get a trip clothes fashion show? When I have them all. And also, no. I need to... I don't have them yet. And also... Why would I do that on stream? Toiki.
People be asking for the weirdest shit on stream. They're like, are you gonna cosplay this naked character? I'm like, what? When have I ever done something like that ever? Are you gonna take us to the grocery store with you when you go to the grocery store? Like, no. Like, why would I do? I've never done those before, ever.
So maybe I'll post some pictures and selfies. But because like a lot of things that I get are like outfits, and that takes time. And I'm not gonna change in the corner of my office where everyone can see me.
Hey, you don't have to call me out. You just called yourself out because I didn't call anyone out. I just said something that has been said in the past. I didn't say who said it. You identified yourself, Horseman, so... Guilt's a son of a bitch.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Look at me remembering to group with Karlak. Look at me! Oh, did you leave? Okay, hold on.
stream road trip to Bucky's?
It's a gas station.
Okay. I would stream me and Gigi going to Bucky's and her shitting on it the entire time and me just be full of like disappointment and rage.
That's what would happen though.
Yeah, because every time she goes, it's just a gas station, and a little tiny bit of my heart breaks every time.
Sorry, but it is.
It's a Bucky's that happens to have a gas station attached to it.
Okay. Whose quest is this?
Whose quest is what?
I don't know what we're approaching.
Oh.
Visit the Emperor's old hideout. Where even are we right now? That's right, we came out. Okay, so we did the thing. We did, and we killed. Okay. Gotcha. I break your heart, you'll be fine. Manhole.
No, I don't even think she will. I really don't.
You expect me to travel an hour away from my house to go to a gas station? I will not do that. I don't hate food. Did you go into the manhole?
I'm just wondering. You have to tell me what you want to do.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, what do you want to do?
I don't know. I went into the manhole.
Okay. I'm just wondering. In the man's hole.
In the man's hole? Only an hour?
I'm just
You
exploring.
would drive more than an hour to go to a gas station?
I have driven an hour and 45 minutes to go to a Bucky's. Anytime I need to go to the other side of Tennessee and I have the opportunity to go to a Bucky's, I'm going to a Bucky's. Oh, you need me to go somewhere for work? Well, I have to get gas probably, right? Don't I? So, Bucky's and food. Why can I not dig here?
What? Grease?
Can you come over here? There's a survival fail, but it's not a dig because I can't dig.
Oh. Yeah, where are you? Down? I see where you are.
Yeah. Keep going.
That's curious.
Okay, but how come I can't dig? Like, I can't pull my shovel out.
Oh, that's crazy. I got it. And the snow uphill both ways.
Am I cock blocked from shoveling?
Oh shit.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, I can't wait for Gigi and I to meet in real life, and I just take her to Bucky's, and I'm like, well, this is where we're getting lunch, and she's like forced to get something, and then she's gonna get something, and then it's all she's gonna fucking think about for the rest of the trip, and she'll be like, can we go to Bucky's so I can get another one of those sandwiches, please? But don't tell anyone. But can we go to Bucky's so I can get another one of those, please?
I like how you've crafted this entire narrative. That's not even what I sound like.
Well, but you're whispering, shh, because you don't want anyone to know.
Oh, right. And because it's a secret, you won't be able to tell if it's true or not.
Well, I'll be able to tell because you're telling me the secret.
Oh, right. Sure. Okay, what's going on down here? What's happening? What's
going on down here? Can you get out of the grease, though? Can you get out of the grease, though?
Yeah, okay. You gonna burn it?
Yeah.
Nice. become obsessed with beaver nuggets, I can
Oh
assure
my
you.
god, I hope she does become obsessed with beaver nuggets because she probably hates the fact that they're called beaver nuggets.
I was just about to say that I will not be eating anything that's called beaver nuggets.
Yep. Beaver nuggets are banging though. They're so good. they're just like sweet little crunchy little treats. Like they're not like popcorn, but they're like corn. I don't want to open this door?
Give me a second. Open.
And then I discovered that they make alternate beaver nuggets. You can't even taste the beaver. It doesn't even taste like beaver. Yeah, they have chocolate covered beaver nuggets, and they also have cinnamon beaver nuggets. But I know she doesn't like the cinnamon ones. But I didn't know that they made alternate beaver nuggets until the last time I was there.
I don't know what are they?
Chocolate covered beaver. Okay, so like, have you ever had the cereal corn pops?
Ew.
Okay, so they're not those. They're not those, but they're like, okay. So when I say it's like a corn treat, like I don't mean like corn like it tastes like an ear of corn. When I say corn treat, I mean like how they make they use corn to replace like flour. You know what I mean? So it's like they're tall little, they're small little nuggets, but they're sweet. They're like sweet honey corn nuggets. They're sweet treats. You just they're like a bag, like you would eat them like a bag of popcorn. Like they're like the size of like popcorn. But they're called beaver nuggets because their mascot's the beaver.
Right.
Guys, don't forget we're co-streaming, so we're not Ada-ing tonight.
Right.
I think they just got in the habit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Worst things in this world have happened.
Because your bot triggers every request. Yeah, I had to turn it off. Thank you.
YT, yeah, guys. YT has already joined the quest.
I don't think he did he?
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
I clicked something.
How do we get in here?
It looks like... Oh, there is something here. Explore the old hideout. Sure. You haven't even made a character? No, me neither. The outside is a terrible... It is a terrible thing today. You know why? It's 94 degrees.
Should be 98 degrees.
Ugh.
It's all because of you. You're my
98
sunshine
degrees.
after the rain. No, nothing. No 98 degrees fans here.
I had 98 degrees CD, but I could just... I don't care if I get a little cloud killed. Oh no, 94? Listen! Listen! That's hot for here! Wow.
Hi, Gunny.
Hello! Would you like to stop?
I am trying to figure out how to get over here. That's gonna be my
How do I
goal.
get up there? That looks like something. Can I get to there? Why are you still noxious fumes? I just disarmed you, bitch.
What's
Easy dinner
that?
tonight? So distant. Where are you? The music changed. Ooh. The fumes went away.
I pulled a thing.
It made the
There's
fume.
this one here. Come on, did you see this one? Before you
Let me
cross,
see.
before you jump across.
Let me see. Would you like to actually pull the lever?
You might need to move the box out of the way so your character can stand properly.
Nah, she got this. My character is just in the way. Oh! I don't know what that did.
I think it opened
I don't think it
this.
did anything.
No? No, I don't know what it did.
Pull the lever,
Wait,
Kronk.
mine's still down. Is your lever down? On my side, it's not down.
Yeah. Yeah, mine is down.
Interesting. Through the mountains.
Low carb chicken tendies. Ooh, you're gonna make yourself a little chicken
Ooh, that actually sounds good. Little chicken wraps.
chicken Caesar wraps. Sounds tasty. Secret. Oh, but the gas is back. It was gone and now it's back.
Huh. How do we get into this place over here, motherfucker? Alright, I'm going over here. And I'm gonna see. I wanna see how to get in this room over here. Chimkin wap?
Chimkin whap?
A chimkin wapper? Like a
Baby carrots and
wapper?
wanch.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
How? Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. There to here. Hold on. I see.
I see the path.
No,
Hey,
no,
there's
no, 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 no.
nothing.
We're going this way. Caricature. We're going this way. And I'm go this way.
I'm watching.
Can I make this jump? I might not be able to make this jump. No, I cannot. Alright. So how... Hold on, I have to look at the map again. Let me see. Get my bearings.
Bearings.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't really matter. I can go this way. I can go the proper way. Okay, so this way to this way. What does this granitic rock do?
What?
Granitic rock. Right here. It says disarm.
That's what I keep clicking. But I can disarm it. Disarm?
Not that arm. Yeah. Okay, so now it's broken, so it shouldn't go off anymore. Okay, and then go here. Okay, and then here.
PTT. Maybe that rock is well, no, because there was, I don't know. I disarmed this gas. I don't know why it's still gassing.
Hold on a second here.
Wolfie, you can do whatever you want. Cheese for everyone.
I just keep getting excited thinking that YT wants my YouTube channel. He just wants to watch it.
You just gotta jump in there? Yeah. Because I was trying to figure out how to get on the other side, because there's another room on the other side, too.
Yeah. So this one is a breakable wall. So Karlak can come up here and break this wall if you want to do that while I give the rest of us enhanced sleep. Alright, I gotta go down. To you two first.
Why are you? Okay.
Yeah, she's just gotta go around first. Alright, come here. Okay.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Carry me.
Perfect. Alright. So yeah, so Karlak can break that wall down over there.
What's that?
Leap like a majestic salmon.
Can you kill it?
Mm-mm.
It's immune to slashing damage.
Alright, I got it.
Promoting Pink's YouTube and spreading the joy of cheese. Sure. Fireball on the wall. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, this takes us to a ladder, which takes us to a quest marker?
Uh-huh. I shall go, I shall see. Oh, another manhole.
I'm in hole.
I'm coming back.
I'm not a man's hole.
A man's hole!
A man's hole.
In my good Christian Minecraft server?
There's a stinky man here. Is that your hole? Why he's so stinky?
Because we're in his hole.
Yeah. Who's going in a hole? We just went in a hole, baby.
We're in a man's hole.
Derogatory.
If you want to pay the tolls, troll, you'll have to get this boy's hole.
Ew. What's up,
That's a Always Sunny joke. He's supposed to be saying boy's soul, but it's Danny DeVito, and he keeps like just not putting the emphasis correctly, so he just keeps saying boy's
Sure.
hole. But it's supposed to be boy. Damon! Ah! Yeah. You have to pay the tolls, troll, if you want to get
No
this
entry,
boy's hole.
no exit.
Oh, let me go get a ginger ale really quick.
What do you mean, no entry, no exit? I don't believe that 1 second. This might be a bad idea.
I was so obsessed with that show. So I honestly, I love Always Sunny, but I love Always Sunny because they are the most terrible people, and the most terrible things happen to them, and it's great. It's so funny.
I couldn't make it very far in that show before I was like, I hate all of these people.
Oh, I hate all of the. I mean, that's not true. I don't hate everyone. I love Charlie, but yeah, like I hate Dennis. I hate Mac. D's just yeah. But also,
I didn't mean to.
there's the difference of, yeah, it gets good once Danny DeVito Danny DeVito changes the whole show. But
I watched a couple of seasons.
really, but I mean, I also
I
like
didn't
different
like it.
humor because I'm a stoner, so.
I
I
couldn't
like
get past how much I hated them.
That's you're supposed to hate them, like.
I know, but I understand that, and I don't like it.
That's funny. Like, where's the
understand
episode?
point.
Like, it's just the comedy of Always Sunny gets me every time, where it's like they'll be like, you know, like, Oh, guys, like, we can't rob a bank. There's no way we're gonna rob a bank. Like, robbing a bank is the worst thing we could possibly do. And then it's like, title screen, the gang robs a bank. And it's just like, it's so good.
I'm not okay. Listen, it can be good and well written, and me also not like it. That's allowed. I understand why people like it. I understand
There are quite a few classics
why...
that I don't like either, so I get it.
Like, I understand why people like it. I
Oh,
understand
jeez.
the point.
Sorry,
Of it.
I dropped my Magnum condom for my Magnum dong. May I offer you an egg in this trying time? The implication. I say the implication all the time. Like, far too much. For somebody who does not believe in anything that Dennis stands for.
Rawr. Bare hands.
See anything you like? Let's talk price. See anything of yours? No, you didn't.
Stay alert.
Do you practice the Dennis system? No. I do not.
For the signal.
Dennis, are these women in danger? No. It's the implication.
Fine jewelry, lifted fresh from rich fat fingers.
Can I get some plum prosecco? If you ain't careful. Hydrate.
Guys, Nine Fingers herself bought a very fine hat from me.
Ooh, he's got clothes. That's fun.
I feel like, I don't know. The show, like, went weird when Mac got skinny again.
Got any gossip you can share?
Better prices here than topside.
Oh, right, mate.
We're all on the same side, friend.
I don't
Nine
want
Fingers
anything.
invited us herself.
The Guildmaster hired you, yes.
Around here, silence is golden.
Keep to themselves. There's not a lot of trust in the Guildhall of late.
You're all scared shitless of this Stone Lord, you mean?
What up, Elliot?
Which is exactly why your boss hired us.
Hi, Riven. How are you?
Oh, I forgot the stretch. Sorry.
Fine jewelry, lifted
You
fresh
got gold just on the ground. I can't take it.
Well,
Who's this man?
Just make sure it stops at your eyes. Aye?
Okay.
Come on now, guys. Nine Fingers herself.
Do you hear me talking about how there was gold just on the ground? Cause
Right. Which crew are you with? Bellbreakers?
whore
Names seem
children?
familiar. Two of the many crews that make up the Guild. A loose collective with ties to every criminal enterprise in the city's underworld.
underwear.
What?
It makes up the city's underwear.
Hmm.
Have the old Justin Bieber haircut. The baby, oh. That haircut? Yeah. Are you talking about this guy? Because Justin Bieber didn't have a part.
Can't say I've heard of you.
Well, the guy before that.
Spare me the story behind the name.
Justin Bieber
I'm
didn't have a
sure
part.
it's
He took his
very
whole
scary.
thing and he went like
Fair
he went like
warning,
this with it.
The Guildmaster wants no
So there wasn't a
fraternizing
part.
with the Zentarim. They're here to work, not share war stories.
To work.
They won't be much use to us if they're drinking and dicing when the Stone Lord kicks the door down.
The Stone
Not the
Lord.
Stone Lord.
Okay, I mean, I have to.
What?
I don't want to. I want to ask this without ruining things, but I can't ask this without ruining anything. Have you played any other Baldur's Gate games?
No.
Okay, so then it's not going to ruin anything. Okay. Because you're not going to know who this is because you've never played any of the Baldur's Gates.
Right.
So it doesn't matter.
Well, whoever he is, he doesn't seem very keen on talking. He
Well,
came
maybe
out
he's
of
made out of
nowhere and ate
stone.
up half our turf in a 10-day. So if you're speaking to the guild master,
He's made of stone. He was
maybe
just
step
hungry.
soft around the
He just
topic.
wanted to eat some turf.
Better prices here than topside.
Baby,
They got poutine.
I'm sorry, sweetie pie. I don't do requests. But toss me a few coppers.
Your mouth
and I'll shoot you a
is far
saucy
too
wink
wide to
across
be
the
playing the
path.
flute.
She has a good embouchure. Relax.
I could smell the good taste on you. the
Bet you didn't
moment
think I
you
knew that
walked
word.
over here. Maybe I'll even throw in that
You
saucy
played
wink
a
for
wind
you.
instrument. You need to know the word embouchure. Ooh, the poutine. I can
Poutine for
take.
my poutine.
Poutine. Am I right? Let me.
Poutine for my poutine.
If you keep
I was gonna give you money.
Are you trying to romance the dragon?
you won't find much
Maybe.
fun here today. Guildmasters batten down the hatches till
Go
the
ahead and put it
stone
back in your
becomes
butthole,
built.
and that's a Baldur's Gate 3 quote from 3 years ago.
Forever ago.
that was probably my first playthrough. 9/27. That was my first playthrough.
Cute.
The guild's
Aw,
gone
baby
on. However tough they
Baldies.
act,
Baby
just 20 different thieving
Baldy.
crews come to hide behind Nine Fingers' skirts.
That was my
Oh.
very first baby character. My chaos
forms a
magic
bit touchy,
sorcerer
I know.
who
I was
turned
at
all of
Flaming
my party
Fist,
members into cats
but
and
the
dogs
writings on
during
the
one of the
wall
most
there.
important fights in the entire
Steel
game.
Watch will
It
be
was great.
staging up our punches in no time.
As one
I
does.
love chaos magic.
You can get near anywhere in the city
Yeah,
from
I
here
was in
without
the
seeing daylight.
the Grimforge,
Once you
not the
don't
one
mind the
with
tangy
the
smell
the
of
the
silk.
giant golem, but the Grimforge fight with like Nier and all of like the gnomes and stuff at the bottom. And I was struggling
Thanks, but
hard
no
too because the
thanks.
fight was not going well. And yeah, my chaos magic activated, but it activated
Look now,
negatively,
the
obviously, because
Guildmaster's
chaos
little
magic
hunters
does
bringing
that.
all sorts
And my
of new
whole party
faces
was
out of
cats
the
and dogs,
woodwork.
and we just got like one tapped. It's like, oh,
That's
okay,
kind of hilarious.
okay, okay. Chaos magic sucks. I do not recommend. Like, yeah, when it goes good, it's cool, but Noman O'Brien.
Noman.
Used to come down here a lot when
Okay,
I was
bye.
a fist.
Bye, YT.
For-
Bye forever.
I'll never see you again.
Wait, who quested? Gunny, we're not questing during co-streams. Just a heads up. It's fine this one time, but yeah. On Saturdays we don't quest.
On Wednesdays we wear pink, and on Saturdays we don't quest.
We don't quest.
Support your own. Better prices here than topside.
Where are
I wanna
you?
go- I'm.
Could you come this way?
Can you not? Yeah, hang on. I'm exploring the nethers.
Right, but can we do? Okay, okay. I'll just continue standing here waiting.
Anything you like? Let's
Oh,
talk
okay.
price. See anything of yours? Know you
I'm like trying not to activate things, and I'm trying not to do things. Didn't mean to
Oh,
start.
there's
wrong.
a door here.
Why are we even here then? I know if you guys can't do quests, there's no point in watching my stream anymore. I guess.
Oh, that's where old Garlo's place is. Okay.
I'm kidding. I love you both. I hope so. I hope you guys don't just come here to play the RPG chat game.
Wow, look who it is! Glad to see you in the city. Hope you found plenty of coin in Ketteric's
Oh,
coffers.
hey!
Yeah.
Ready to do some business?
Eva. Remember when you got me arrested?
Oh, I've got a few ideas.
Yes.
This place in no time.
Oh, hey! The first time?
That's right. Specializing in pre-owned goods. You want to trade? Talk to Sticky there. I'm in management. Busy, you know.
Oh, right. Management.
Yay!
We found Mole.
Okay, now you can go explore.
Okay, thank you.
I was like, literally, just finish this quest. She's right here.
I went to the right.
You went
instead
the
of to
complete opposite way.
I was like, let's just say the previous owners no longer have a use for them. You buying or selling? Show me what you got. He's got a frost salamander tongue. Ooh. I could try to stealth more. I don't know. Do you want a scroll of sea invisibility?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't need to spend money.
Do you want custard and pink rose dye?
Sure.
How many do you want?
5.
I just want. How do I select like a certain number?
Double click it.
I've only ever bought 2 full stacks before. Okay, thank you. Okay. Got him. I only know how to spend all of the money.
I only know how to money.
So watch yourself. Sometimes.
Ooh, you ran.
Ew. Ew. That was a very useful dialogue option. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I can take this picture of beer. Thank you. Bye. What's this plaque say?
The Guildhall has one rule. All crime stays in the city streets, where it belongs. Break this rule, and you die.
Hi, Boom. Bless me with every roll being a natural 20. Oh my god, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, no, I was trying to talk to this bitch. Come back.
Come back, bitch.
Come back, bitch.
Bit of a
Not even
letdown,
dirty
I suppose.
20s. Nice. Only natties. Only sloppy
Maybe that's why the
natties.
Stone Lord is pushing so hard. He wants Keen's underroads all to himself.
Under rares.
Go on. Technically, I'm supposed to be on watch.
Still alive, so that's progress. How much farther can I go?
What else is going on here? Okay, well, I hope things get better, Boom. I want to go in this door. It's got a quest marker on it. This is help the hag survivors. Hello?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Hello.
Hello? Found a revealed entrance. Well, now I don't know where we're going.
You can go anywhere.
I know, but I thought where I was going was gonna take me to a place. Ooh, there's a murder target. Have we talked to Frank before?
Probably not if it's marked, but there's something that's right behind us, like literally right behind us.
Sorry, we just were though.
Is it?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's the Emperor's old hideout. It's just telling us to go back to the sewer to do that, which I'm fine with. I just thought going through that door was gonna take us to a questy quest, and it just took us to sit. No.
I'm going to ask for directions.
Use the Strength 20 Oathbreaker, so your instinct to everything in this game was to break it or kill it. That's okay. My instinct is to steal everything, and it doesn't go well. People get mad, and then you get arrested. I just like looting, okay? Is that such a problem? I just like... Where? What you pointing at? Oh, a tarnished ring. I'll take that.
Don't bug me. I'm making plans. Big plans, see?
I am not a looter. No, I'm not.
No, I am. Gigi is.
And that's why when she
Wow.
was like, is that such a problem? And I nodded my head yes, it's because there's consequences to Gigi's actions.
Nah. Can't be real. I want to go in this door. Why is it red? Why can't I go in that door?
And then you'll do it yourself.
Bare hands.
An entire edition dedicated.
Okay, well, I'll just go in here. Through the open archway, which leads to where the red door is. Maybe that's the pooper, Gigi. Do you want to see that? Yes, actually I do. I want to see everything.
What building did you go in?
I went back into the guild.
Oh,
Hoot's Hooligan. I want to see everything, Andy. What if I just lay down on this canopy bed?
Entering men's holes, looking at the poopers.
Ooh, I could unlock the... Do you think anyone would notice?
They might notice.
Nobody can see me. Secret.
Murder. Judith, no.
I found a secret passageway behind a book. Oh, there's a safe. I'm gonna pick the lock. It's only a DC-30. Easy peasy.
What's up,
Hi,
Ray?
Ray. Beasties? Wow. I'm just gonna take this, and this, and this, and this. You don't need these. Why you just have a carafe of water just sitting out? That's fucking weird, bro.
It's locked. How do we get in?
Oh no. Imagine not being able to get in through a locked door. Imagine.
Hi, Mir.
Hiya. I don't like that safe door closed behind us.
Just put that whole painting inside my gooch. It's fine.
An ordinary lamp.
As one
Not a
does.
trace of magic on it.
Not a trace of magic on it. Are we sure? What if I touch it?
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it.
That feels suspicious. Do you need assistance?
No, I just don't know what it does.
Well, something clicked.
Right.
But why?
But for why? I don't know.
We did it. See, there's nothing wrong with secretly unlocking a bookcase. Hello? Are you a fake wall? You should drive so you don't wanna. Where are you going? Ooh, a
Are
thing.
you still dashing?
Oh, dizzity dashing. Lockpicking impossible.
I think it's locked.
Wow, okay. I feel judged.
No, I just saw the stream of locked go across my screen, I meant.
What? I've never broke or entered anything. Ooh, a lever. Aha! Ah! Oh. Secret wall. B&E sounds delicious. Bacon and eggs.
A bacon and an egg.
And also potentially egg. How do I want this chest. But it says lockpicking impossible, which means there must be a key somewhere.
Potential.
Right? Breaking and entering, I mean? No, I mean bacon and eggs. Don't tell me how to live my life.
You can
Steak
pick up
and eggs
the
at
whole
night.
thing.
You
You can just put it
can-
in
I
Carly's
know.
inventory.
Yeah. Yep, so garlic carrier. We do steak and eggs in the morning. Eggs are morning only.
What? You're a hater. Yeah, too late, guys. I'm questing. Yeah, well, just this once. And then you're not gonna no mo.
Is that blood?
Bacon,
No,
sure.
never
Egg
mind.
is morning.
Questing and trying my best.
There wasn't even anything in there. What about in here? No. Too many rules, you're out of here? Okay.
It's an orphanage, Ukta. What would you have me do?
It's an
Seize their toys as
orphanage.
payment?
Well, they failed to pay tribute. We should withdraw our protection, at the very least.
Deviled
And
eggs?
cede
Oh.
more ground to the Stone Lord. You're not suggesting
Well, that's an
I
appetizer.
yield a single inch of the city, my city, to this cult.
Some people put eggs on salads.
We already look
That's true.
weak. If you
Hard-boiled
seem
is
to be
fine.
forgetting
There's also
debts,
quiche.
I didn't say forgive. Seize the building.
Quiche
Aren't
is
any
morning.
children old enough? If they
Nah,
protect
there's
what's
definitely
mine,
savory
we'll
quiches, which can,
consider
or
that a start on what's
can
owed.
be any meal.
Well, all
yes,
quiches are savory.
Guild Master.
I mean, yeah, but some are heavier.
Excuse me? This is a private council.
Keep your underpants clean, Ukta. We're playing host
Eggs.
to a hero. You recall our
Eggs?
reports of Ketheric
Okay,
Thorn,
Ray.
General of
Okay,
the
bye,
Absolute,
Ray.
Champion of Merkel, unkillable tyrant of Moonrise.
Merkin.
Meet the one who killed him.
Hi.
A little less impressive as revelations go. You'll forgive the spying, I hope. The guild keeps watch for anyone of interest passing through our gates.
I snuck
I'd say
in,
you
bitch.
qualify. I already know the one thing about you that I need to.
That I'm hot.
You've crossed paths with the cult's
Oh.
leadership before, and you're still standing. I mean to burn the Absolute from the face of my
Funeral
city.
about eggs. Yep.
So if you mean to help, congratulations. We just became the best of friends.
I'm always here to help.
I was planning to soften you up a bit first, but straight to business.
Were we gonna
then.
kiss me?
You've been seen with a certain Harper.
I mean,
grey of hair,
wouldn't be
spiky
opposed,
of
right?
manner.
He's kind of cute.
So you do know Jahira. I need to speak with her. She's still getting the lay of the land, I expect. I have information that might help with that.
Why?
So, remind her to pay an old friend a visit, would you?
Would ya?
I live to serve.
Oh yeah, you do.
The leader of some new crew that's intent on paining my ass. If he was just
Bacon
another
is great.
upstart who didn't like paying
I have no
gauges,
issues with
enough.
bacon being more
But
than
he and
just
his
breakfast.
Crew make no demands. Leave no survivors to pass on a message. All I know is that on every scrap of ground he takes from me, the cult of
I
the
like my bacon
Absolute
well
soon
done, though.
starts sprouting.
I don't like.
I like mine.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I like mine
Whatever
like
God the prick
medium.
prays to, I'll send him to meet it soon enough.
Like if I pick up a stick of bacon, I don't want it like flopping.
Oh, I love a little floppy.
No.
Just a little flaccid.
No. Okay. Fair, but not like you pick it up and like the little bit that you're holding is the only thing that's in your hand, like, and everything just goes completely limp. No. That's
Oh yeah,
not
no.
good. But like a little bit of give.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like it crispy.
Simple enough.
I also want her cake.
After
please.
Jahira warned me and then disappeared, I went nosing into the cult for myself. I could bore you with the details.
Nosing.
How I found evidence of Gortash's projects.
Only real
Traced
bacon,
him
horseman.
To Orin the Red, and made a safe bet there was some
I
dried
like
out
both.
necromancer to round out the three.
I
Because
prefer
it's always
pork
the dead,
bacon. Like, I
bloody
prefer real
three.
bacon. But I do like
Has
turkey
been
bacon.
half-gods who can't help but make their irrelevance everyone else's problem. Oh. You've got some juicy little tidbit I haven't heard yet.
Do I tell her everything?
No, that's up to you, honey.
She's kind of cute. Yeah, sure.
Huh. It seems like my intelligence on you was patchy at best. That's annoying.
Annoying.
Don't pout. For a brief second, I did weigh the odds on killing you. But if there's a tainted elder brain slithering around below my city, I think we need one another more than ever. So, as long as you can keep a lid on what's growing inside you, we're allies. Until you can't, and we're not. Simple enough, I reckon. Now, war to be fought. You need anything?
A kiss.
Oh. Did you enjoy the encounter? I have no doubt you gave them a good talking to. The rats usually keep a lid on their nastier notions, but with the Stone Lord business distracting me, some are starting to test the leash. All the more reason to be rid of the cult quickly, so I can remind my crews it's not a leash round their necks if they cross me.
What's growing in who? Ayo. It's the guy that's in my brain. The tadpole.
Knowing what I know usually comes at a cost. But let's say we'll put it on your tab. We don't. The Zentarim work for me.
I thought it was
I'd charge the
Zentarum.
bastards double if I let them into my hall at all, but times change. The guild is many things, but it's not an army. If the Absolute keeps pushing in on our territory, then I need a little weight to push back.
Tactical tentacles.
My gosh.
Thieves, frauds, and miscreants. If it's just the watch
My
warrants you're
favorite.
reading. The guild isn't any one thing. We're everything.
Oh
All
my.
the parts of the city the watch don't want seen, so they push us to the far side of their law. But it's not the watch that keeps the peace, or gives justice to any Baldurian who asks, whether they can pay for it or not.
Baldurian.
It's us. If we take a little tribute in return, or tie strings of service to those we help, well, what of it? So long as we're working as one, it all runs quick, quiet, and clean.
Delightful. I mean, yeah.
The Watch, the Council, even the Parliament of Peers, they're the clean face they want the world to see.
I like a seedy underbelly.
The guild is the blood, the bone, the gristle, the ugly bits that actually make Baldur's Gate move. We'll be the ones still holding the gate when all those others have fled. You have?
Oh.
But don't be so quick to bat away a helping hand. You find few enough of them in this city. The Flaming Fist can be bought. The Harpers are scattered, and the Parliament of Peers, well, they're just generally too inbred to be useful. The Absolute's at our gate, and the Guild are the only ones
I like
truly
this
standing
bitch.
against it.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so she wants to talk to somebody.
Yeah, she wants to talk to Jahira.
Yeah.
Yara. We'll get there.
You don't want to just swap her out and talk to her now?
Oh, I can.
Figured it's easier just to swap it out for the conversation.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, Jahira. Where you at? Oh, that's right. We leveled her up to all of the things.
To everything.
They say that the only thing a vampire can feel is hunger.
Wait, we could
Nothing else touches them.
spec her
Not
again.
grief
But...
or mercy.
Nah.
Or any sense of what is just. Who knows? There is often more ignorance than insight in what they say.
She's a person, you can just swap her out.
You don't know. You don't know me. She may have feelings.
Ah. I know what she speaks of. I need
eggs.
information from her. And a pardon from you.
It's not morning, so I can't have it.
With the truth. Tell me.
Yep.
What do you know of a man
It's the
named
rules.
Minsk of Rashiman?
Well.
Yes? I have. And while I do not love my conclusion, that does nothing to change it. The Harpers are the city's best information network. With them out of action, we shall have to fall back on second best. I
don't really do toast.
A name known and feared throughout the city's underworld. The mysterious Keen runs the guild.
Oh, hey.
Which in turn runs every criminal enterprise in the city.
Friend is not the word I'd use. Nor is petty if you've a mind to keep your tongue. But both our operations step outside the law when needful. She just likes it better there. How hospitable she will be to a Harper that comes begging to her guild hall. Huh, we will find out. Perhaps I will let you do the talking.
With no tea.
Join
me.
me.
To free up your ranks a little first.
You just like bacon and lettuce on a bread?
With mayonnaise, yeah.
Sure.
At your command.
Let's go, bitch. I don't like the way that toast, I feel like it cuts my mouth. It bothers me.
You owe me a gold piece, grandmother. When I heard you died out in the wilderness, I made an
Oh, nice. Good cutscene.
Yeah.
Of gold?
That was a Starian's arm, I think.
To you, master. No, I'm terribly sentimental. Case in point, I've just let a harper walk through my guild hall, noticeably unholed. And with a familiar face in tow.
This is the one who saved my life.
No, her holes aren't
so
filled.
Really, she owes you your gold piece.
Unhold.
But we can settle debts later,
I know, I
Nine
heard.
Fingers. For now, we need help. We're searching for Minsk of Rashiman.
A big name, that. Such information does not come cheap, High Harper.
Yeah, I bet it doesn't.
Times. Of course. Seeing as these are not normal times and we're all such good friends.
Such good friends.
I'm bringing him here as we speak. Or parts of him, at least. I gave no orders about the condition of his corpse.
What treachery is this, Nine Fingers? Have you thrown in with the Absolute too?
Against my own city? Careful. You're in very real danger of hurting my feelings. It's Minsk who's found his faith with Faerun's newest god. And a new name with it. The Stone Lord.
Lies.
It should. My people speak it in the same breath as Saravok and Demagogon. But he's just another upstart. In his short reign, the Stone Lord and his crew have earned a reputation. Pure brutality. No survivors. And where he mows my people down, this ripe little cult takes root. But not for much longer. We have word
Your grandma would
on
only
where he
toast
plans to hit
one side of the
next.
bread.
And he'll find us
But how do
ready
you
to
keep
hit
it from
back
not
this
toast?
time.
Because
Nine
the oven
Fingers.
toasts both sides.
Estelle.
Oh, she's got a real
Tell us
name.
where he is, and we'll handle this.
That sounds good.
We?
I only have ramen, I think. I might
heard
have
what
a
happened to
pizza,
your harpers,
a
Jahira.
microwave pizza left.
I'm sorry, but This fight's too big for you alone.
She's not alone.
If you're half the friend you're posing as, you'll tell her that her part in this is done. The Stone Lord's fate is sealed. We have a bigger war to fight. I'd rather turn our talk to that, but if you need a moment, Jaheira, well, you've earned that much. My guild hall is open to you. Have a drink, Jaheira. Have a rest. Just leave well enough alone. It would be a shame for the city to lose 2 of its heroes in one day.
So we need to find Minsk at the counting house. I guess.
We can do whatever.
Let's go to there, I suppose.
To the count.
Do we want to keep Jaheira with us?
You might want to, just until.
Is that one of the things where she needs to be
I'm not entirely sure she needs
with
to be
us,
there.
or
I've always had her with me.
can we do that without her?
Oh, I didn't realize that. I must have hit mute. You don't necessarily need her with you, but I've always brought her, so.
Okay. This will be interesting with her having all of the.
Well, like I said, we can reclass her real quick. I just did it for the achievement.
That's true. Where did you go?
I just was looking. I was just walking around,
Oh,
trying to get Astarion out of your cutscene.
Oh.
Yeah, we have to go this way.
His little arm.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, we have to go this way, though.
Yeah. What else is still down here that we need to do? There's a murder target down here.
No, I think that's an exit.
Murder target Alexander? Oh.
Wait, where do you see Alexander?
Right here, in the middle of the sewers. I'm just looking at the map.
Below, though. Yeah, but it says below.
Yeah, I don't understand how it could be below the sewer. To do something epic in
Or maybe
game.
that doesn't necessarily mean below. Maybe it means like you leave this area.
Or it's just a lower elevation that we're at right now, because it's giving us city sewers that location, the warp zone, is saying is down.
Oh, look. I mean, yeah, we're definitely higher now. So
Yeah.
if we go like, let me get out of here.
I'm just gonna go to the.
You can play it whenever you want to play it.
Hello? Why did I not warp here?
I keep forgetting. What are we supposed to be doing?
Wizard told us to watch.
It is not situationally dependent.
Yeah, it goes to the ladder.
A cranium rat.
145 Oni. Holy smoke.
Got a long road ahead.
Oh my gosh. Oh, is it? Got it. Pants. Everybody pants now.
I found a locked
Hey.
chest.
Ooh, okay, I will be right there. Pants.
No, I don't think those were the words.
Hi, YT. I think the Parks and Rec. Everybody pants now. Where the Oh, and she can give me a bardic inspiration. Oh, thanks. Thanks. I got all your shit.
Thanks.
What did you miss?
So much. We beat the game. This is actually our second playthrough now.
Yeah. We played through so much. We're actually already back here. It's crazy.
We made the exact same characters, but made them better.
Oh. Well, we'll never know. Clearly it was trapped.
It feels ridiculous to keep reliving everything that happened.
Come on, I wasn't trying to talk to you right now.
Over in my mind. You're not wrong. Cazador left his mark on me in more ways than one. For a moment, I wanted to be just like him. I came so close to losing everything back there.
Everything.
To losing myself. Back at the ritual, all I could see was the power on offer and the safety it promised. I was so blinded by it.
Blinded by the light.
Just as Cazador was. But you saw something in me. Someone else I could be. Someone who could break the cycle of power and terror that started centuries ago. You saved me back there. I may not have appreciated it at the time, but I do now. Thank you.
Adorable.
You're welcome, love of my life.
Love of my life.
Love of my life.
So am I. Fun as all that power would have been, this feels more me. When I look at my future, anything and everything feels possible now. And I get to share it with you.
Oh.
As a partner.
Oh.
And
so glad this is happening in the sewers.
Save me from myself. And let me walk a new path where I can be free. Truly, honestly free. This is a gift, you know. Thank you. I won't forget it.
Love of my life! Anyway, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to just turn my camera around. So you can continue.
Love of my life!
Wait, you didn't unlock the chest!
What? Oh, I didn't know it was locked. You didn't tell me it was locked. The sewers are the best place. You hanging out in sewers, YT? Do they have sewers? Do you have plumbing? Out in Texas? Out in the boonies? Sewers?
Nice try, Jackanape. That's what it says.
There's another dirt mound, dear.
Let us try not to trip headlong through it, yes?
What's trapped? This is trapped?
There's another one over here.
Wow, listen. Listen, I'm an asshole.
So these need to be done too. These two.
just a second. Cramps. Okay.
There's little point in pressing Nine Fingers further. She means what she
Didn't
says.
mean to do that.
But we swore no vows.
Hi, Recti.
She won't tell us where to find Minsk. Someone
Hi,
else in her
Recti.
guild hall will. We need to be swift.
We need to be swift.
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 I suppose we must greet the local wildlife. Guildhall is awash with ale-scented gossip at the best of times.
Bro, I
I
want
already know
these
where we
chocolate
go.
chip
We have nothing
pancakes
but
now.
this
We
stone
talked
wall
about
to talk
breakfast,
about.
and now I want chocolate chip pancakes so bad. Someone make me pancakes. Nikki, come to my house and make me pancakes.
That's not what I meant to do. Murder.
So illegal.
Pancakes. Pam's got some cakes.
Yo, I want some of Pam's cakes right now.
Ooh, shit. You're gonna take a big bite out of Pam's cakes?
I fucking wish.
Damn. Dude, I am not perceiving anything. Well, I can't disarm it, so...
Why?
I don't know, it's not giving me the option. It's probably fine.
Easy.
I am glad it is your non-vampiric charms our friend has fallen for, Astarion. It is, isn't it?
Of course.
Of course.
Is it so unbelievable that they would simply like me? If you insist on prying, perhaps you'd care to join us and see how much we enjoy one another.
Oh.
Why?
Goodness.
Do you require some instruction on how the deed is done?
Goodness.
I'm sure even I could learn some new tricks from an old veteran such as yourself.
Astarion, you're
Goodness.
200, okay?
Goodness.
Another step forward.
Astarion is 200, and he's calling her an old horse.
Oh, look, more dirt.
Plant your feet with care.
He did just call her old.
He did.
But he also was like, hey, you want to show me how to fuck? But, like, right in
But-
front of
well,
his girlfriend.
But well, no, he was like, do you want to join us? So you can give
Right.
us some tips.
Right in front of his girlfriend.
Let me read these here notes. Have we found the real chest yet?
I think so.
Okay. A greasy, smelly climb up. Hey, yo, I'll give you a tip. Girl, Flim Cargo's basement. Sophie, are you freaking out right now? She's freaking out. It's fine. I don't know who Flim Cargo is, but I'm in his basement. He's got fucking dungeons down here.
Did you go in the smelly climb?
I did go on the smelly climb.
Oh my gosh.
Was I not supposed to?
You can do whatever you want. I just can't keep track of you sometimes.
Let's see what this does.
You need to get one of those toddler leashes for me.
Yeah,
The ones
kinda.
like the backpack. A burlap sack.
Burlap.
Burlap.
Capybara. Who's that
Detention.
bald capybara?
Oh, pump room.
Detention.
Pipes and pumps. That must be how they keep this basement dry, though it's clearly below harbour level.
Harbour level.
Harbour level.
Harbour.
Harbour level.
This needs to be lockpicked.
Lockpicked.
Who's that bald capybara?
Do 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 do. Underwater facility plans.
Waller.
Underwater. Oh, okay. Give me your rotten food. Goobly blob.
Capybara. We're in a fight already.
Why are we in a fight?
Because we're someplace we're not supposed to be. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. I'm sure we're fine.
Okay, listen.
With finesse.
Never a dull moment. May the gods take you first.
So, yeah, exactly. Just turn the switch on her back. From loot goblin to murder hobo.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I just climbed a ladder.
No. It's fine.
She's standing behind this pole here. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What can I do? Oh my god. I can't. Let's see. What do I got? What can I do? Who am I? I could do... Can I do this without hitting your boyfriend? Looks like it.
Beautiful.
And then I don't really need to do anything as a bonus. Well, that's fun. So I'm just looking to see. I don't even know what's all going on here. Okay. Oh, step. So sorry. Ooh, I had 10 points of vicious mockery damage.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Motherfucker has 1 HP left. Come on.
One heppa.
One heppa.
Heppa heppa.
Ha.
Ah. Ow. 4?
Sure.
Okay. Hey. Oh. Cool. Thanks.
Ripper.
And then Oh, it automatically does that as my bonus action. Cool.
That's curious.
I just poke him in the butt.
Something good here, I hope.
Snarl.
Cuddle face.
Snapapa. Ripper. Cuddle face. Gristle.
On my way.
Bristol.
If not over, then through.
If not over, then through.
Oh no, I'm encumbered.
Arnar.
Arnar. Clear.
Clear.
The condensation.
Arnar. Clear.
Arnar. Sent to camp. All of this.
That bald capybara?
Oh, here's this die you asked for. So I'm doing a little inventory management while I'm in here.
Manage that inventory.
Manage it. The inventory.
The inventory.
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 Oh, my
You should
God.
manage it.
Try.
Manage your inventory.
I did.
Good.
Keep a blade
Hey.
close.
Fucking did.
Let's crack it open.
What?
I got a key. Do you need help?
Nope.
Wow, okay. What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah. Definitely that. You can unlock that one though, so it's easy. Okay, or not.
I got it. Oh,
No, Jahira did.
okay.
Jahira just walked through.
It's because I took the key. Ooh. If we can figure out how to move this crane, this metal trunk is locked and I want it. Or if we can figure out how to just move the trunk. Oh. Just dropping a whole ass metal trunk on your girlfriend.
It's all good.
This guard caught you picking a lock. Perhaps you'd
Wait,
like
who-
to try the lock of your very own cell.
Wimps. Huh. Is this me?
Yes, it's you.
Why is it not giving me any of my information? I should have given myself bardic inspiration. Oh well. Oh, that's fine. We all know that I can't be trusted.
You're free to go. This time. But next time you won't be so lucky.
Where even is this man?
He's across the way.
Oh, shit. You're like, I'm just gonna go away.
It's gonna be a little further back, you know? No reason. No reason whatsoever.
You just crouch a little. It's just got 3 fish in it. Y'all were freaking out over 3 fish.
I would have loved if you went to prison for that.
Over 3 fish?
Yeah.
Ugh.
At least things have stayed interesting. With haste.
That was fun. A fun little excursion.
You've been caught lurking around the Sword Coast's most secure bank.
Are you
without
for
permission.
serious?
The guards are understandably upset.
Bro, I'm on a boat.
Bro, I'm on a boat.
Bro, I'm on a boat.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello.
You are permitted to pass with your legs intact. This time.
Oh, cool. Someplace new.
I can't.
Oh, thanks for the shortcut, bro.
A shortcut?
Yeah, he's put me over on the other side of that building now.
Oh, shit.
Boats and house. Bro, I'm on a boat. Also, no one quoted that either. Come on.
Got my flippy floppies. Ow. My back hurts. I'm dying. It's fine.
I'll probably fuck it up. No, you just don't, you just have a problem with the tenses, but it's very easy to fix them. It's not a big deal.
I could jump into the water. Oh my god, a baby.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Can I sit here?
I can't get to where
Sit
you
down
are.
or buzz off, Bumble.
Wow.
Do it yourself.
Bleh.
Bro.
How do I get to where you are if I can't jump?
Go to Heapside Strand and go west.
Mhm. I said a baby was here. You weren't paying attention.
Baby Beluga. Baby. Hello, Nancy, spelled Nansi.
That's not real. Unacceptable.
Listen, Nancy, I'm gonna close this door. And, whatever ends up happening behind this door is really none of your business.
Mm-hmm.
So, just check yourself over there, okay? Thanks.
Don't go peeking in the window of that house. On
Don't
the
go
corner.
peeking in the window.
You might get an arrow.
You might get an arrow to the face.
Beautiful song. But for
you.
why? No.
So,
No.
this...
No.
Are we sure we want to find him before Nine
I
Fingers
love you,
does?
but no. No, right now.
Keep your distance, darling.
Keep your distance, darling.
Hardly a challenge.
Hardly a challenge. Oh my god, she said 6, 7.
6, 7.
Who's coming over
Who's
for
coming
dinner?
over for dinner? What are you making?
Azarl, I probably would love whatever you're having because I'm probably about to make a bowl of ramen because I'm a broke bitch.
How much money you got?
None. I just said I'm a
Sell
broke bitch. God, pay attention.
Oh.
I know.
I'm at this man.
man.
Well, he's got more money now because I bought a bunch of shit from him. I could probably sell him a bunch of things.
Shit, I forgot. It's okay. Just don't do it again. Or else.
Or else. Stuffed mushrooms, chicken kebabs, and mushroom.
Kebabs?
Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I fucking love mushrooms.
I fucking love mushrooms.
I fucking love mushrooms. I need to
Wait a second.
focus.
I need to see something. This is cute. But what is this?
Let's get another animal speaking potion. Gigi loves the shrooms. I sure do. And the food isn't bad either. Hey, man. It's legal here, horseman.
Har 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 har.
Har, har, har.
Alright, chat. Which one do we like better? This one? With the cute little
Are
back?
you growling at me?
Or...
Oh my god.
Wait, where did it go?
She was being cute until she decided that she was done. Anything else? I'm just gonna run back to camp real quick. And I'm gonna sell you a bunch of shit you don't want.
Where did it go?
Is the Sophie not being feral? She was, like I said, she was being cute. I don't know where she went. She left.
Okay,
She'll be
that's
back.
So weird.
Hydrate?
Where the hell did the stuff go?
La la la. Okay, let's get some of this shit out of here.
That's so weird that those clothes just disappeared.
You had clothes that disappeared?
Yeah, I was trying on a different pair of pajamas.
And they just disappeared?
And when I swapped back to the ones that I was wearing before, they're just like not in my inventory.
That's crazy. Where did you have Where were the other clothes?
The ones I had on my body.
Right, but where are the ones that you put them, like, the new ones that you put them on, where were they before?
Like, I looted them, and then I went to go try them on, so I dragged them into the box with the clothes.
From your inventory?
Right. So I dragged them into the box and changed them, and then I was like, ooh, do I like this one or do I like the other one? So I went back to the old one to compare, and now the new ones are gone.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, what the hell?
What the helly? Why do I have so many random things? I've got gold? What's going on right now? I have all these, like, random pouches and bags in my camp inventory.
Is it Lazelle's?
Maybe. But we never traveled with her.
But she got kidnapped.
Yeah.
So we have her shit now. Is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you. It's probably Lazelle's because she got kidnapped. Now we have her shit.
Right, but she didn't. I have like 6 little teeny traveler bags.
Could be from lots of stuff.
Must be on my way.
Here's it. Latest Baldur's Mount edition. Oh,
Okay, let's
that
travel back. Hey, you wanna buy some of this shit? You wanna buy some fucking rotten ass food? Where'd he go?
He's there. It might be this. You just might need to find him. He's there. Like hover where he was.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It does that when you go to camp and come back sometimes. Capybara.
Capybara. Capybara.
Just one go.
Let all this shit get out of here. Nobody wants you. Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Presence of prohibited substances and apparatus. This house has been reclaimed by order of Archduke Enver Gortash.
Archduke Yamam.
Yamam.
You damaged something that wasn't yours.
Oh.
You sensed trouble brewing.
It wasn't
not
me.
even marked.
You managed to calm the situation down. Next
Sorry.
time it may not be so simple.
Excuse me.
Bitch, it's not even red. Hey, go away. Mind your business.
She's like, I don't trust you, bitch.
Go away. Mind your business.
Go away. Get all these good Yankee swords.
Listen, bitch, mind your business. Her name is Cece.
Ew.
No, she means trouble.
Yeah.
I need a quick word. I wish I'd something to give, but times are hard.
I don't need anything from you. I need you to fuck off so that I can finish breaking this door.
Fuck off.
Alright, Cece,
Okay,
whatever. Now she's just gonna stand guard.
Get all these hats out of here. All this Gith Yankee half plate.
What, you don't
So
like
much
the Githy Yankees?
Nope. Sure don't.
Sure don't. What's going on?
Hello, would you like to buy all of this shit? Oh. My computer completely freaking out again? There you go.
Freaking out.
We're freaking out, man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Guys, it's happening. It's happening.
I don't know what's happening.
My Switch is shit.
Oh, my camera is frozen. Great. Hold on.
You just look very, like, you're locked the fuck in, super concerned.
So
You're not
locked
even
in.
blinking, you're so locked in.
Yeah, I'm so focused. I've never been more focused. Listen, of all the things that could go fuck you with my stream, I'd rather have it be that my camera just freezes, because I can just put it back. It takes a couple minutes to redo all of my settings, but...
Showing
much
shoulder.
better than
Listen, I almost
dropping-
didn't because I knew someone was gonna make a comment about it, but it's warm today.
Oh my god, shoulder? Okay. I'm a real person again.
Don't even say it.
Time to press ahead. Is there anything I can steal?
I know, and it says it's a downfall of civilization, I know. And it wasn't me this time. It wasn't you this time.
This time. We're just being sneaky.
Ooh, I did not perceive.
I could sell this man all the stuff that I'm stealing from his house. Hey buddy, you want a cleaver? You need a bowl? I think that would be very funny. I'm gonna do it. Why do you have to go around to the other side to take the cooking pot? The pathing in this
Because
is sometimes
gamer
ridiculous.
Logic, yeah.
Teehee.
Cleaver, I hardly know her. Boy Cat's getting adventurous and start jumping up to places he hasn't before. Like, I found him on the top of the CRTV in my room earlier, and after I left the bathroom, I found him curled up in one of the sinks. That's funny.
Cats.
If I fits, I sits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, kitties. Bum, 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 bum.
I'm being sneaky right now.
You're doing great.
Look, a bucket.
A bucket of fuck it.
If only. Just walk around touching things? That's what the cat's doing? Oh, I can take your painting? Would you like to buy a painting, bro?
Pleasure.
I'm encumbered by all of his shit. Oh, hey, sir. Would you like to buy some stuff? Posture check. Oh my god. Am I shramping? Maggie's recipe for perfect cookies. Would you like me to sell that to you too? Pile sex. Don't mind me. I'm over here being an asshole.
Yep.
Look, a cup. Hey, bro, want to buy a cup? Listen, I realize now that I've also stolen a bunch of, like, his child's things. Hello, sir. I have goods for you.
Never wanted the easy path. Seems simple enough.
Oh, he doesn't have enough money? He can't afford to buy back all of his things!
This way.
Kind of fucked up that you just extorted this man for all of his own belongings.
He doesn't know.
And he's gonna get home and he's gonna be like, shit! Where'd all
Where'd all
my
my
shit go?
Sophie. Hey. What are you doing?
I don't know why. Suddenly I just like cannot stop yawning. I'm not tired though.
I get that.
Perhaps a publicity disaster will, I think.
Here, to make it better, I'll buy something from him. Mostly because he doesn't have enough money to buy back all of his shit.
Wow, that's so generous of you.
Uh-huh.
Got a few souvenirs from the night stuck to your chin.
Oh, now I should be able to afford it.
You that IRL food buff? Dude, I really wish.
Let's see here.
Amazing.
Looking ahead.
Okay, great. It was nice talking to you, sir.
It's not that.
Nope, I'm good. Oh. Where are you?
I'm wandering. Don't bother with me. Just let me know when you're someplace important.
I want to try to find this murder target. Alexander.
Okay.
I think it's in
Alexander!
Hey, Alexander, did you know that you're a murder target?
Alexander, you're gonna get murdered.
I think I need to go into this building, but it's locked. So distant.
Oh, I found Nesha, who's about to get murdered.
Ooh, okay. I can help you tell her that she's about to get murdered.
Her name is Nesha Lisha.
Nesha Lisha.
Nesha Lisha. My cabbages!
Are you purposefully not wearing any armor right now?
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's showing you in, like, when I pull up inventory.
Yeah.
It's just showing your camp outfit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can toggle it, you know. The little button that's right above your camp, you just do that, and then you just, like, it physically makes it so you have your camp clothes on, but you're wearing your armor.
Oh, interesting. How do I get to where you are? Over this way.
Question.
The smell from this
42.
Answer.
My eyes are watering.
Don't say nothing? Why not?
Bro, don't tempt me,
A
Azaro.
certain pair of slutty holsters?
Listen, if the love of my life wore the slut of my life's slutty little holsters, I would explode. I wouldn't be able to do it.
The slut of your life?
Yeah,
amazing.
Yes, that's what I said.
Amazing. Cool. The cabbage dealer has perished. Nesha Lesha.
My friend dared me to come here alone for a couple of mugs of ale. So here I am.
You're so brave. Bestie, you're so brave.
Listen, I would never.
Huh. Come on, mate. Who would want me dead?
I do. Time to die.
Plot twist. It was me.
Wahahaha.
My cabbages.
Drinking white wine? Ooh. Who's covered in blood? Me? No, no, no. I'm not covered. I'm just bedazzled.
Oh, shit.
Bespeckled.
You're serious. I can see it in your eyes.
I've got a shit.
I've got...
Oh, shit.
I've got a tab to settle. Shit.
Oh, bestie.
Shit.
Okay, bye.
Shit.
Wondrous news.
White wine is also good for... It's good for white meat.
Will do marvelous.
White wine is good for white things.
What an awful stream title. Wow, Blonde. Coming in here, judging my stream titles.
Despite everything.
Keep bloody wits about you in here. The
You
captain
look
is
ill.
trying to keep it hush-hush, but I heard a kid got nabbed. Knew it. No wonder Captain Grizzly shoots daggers at anyone who mentions it. My guess, it's them squatters. Spotted a bunch of misfits sneaking into one of them boarded up houses.
Wow, Blonde.
Netherstone. I've never been stoned in my life. That was a fucking good one, Andy.
Just you wait.
I like my stream title, okay? Wow, why are you being such a Rude as
You were gonna say
bitch.
bitch.
I was, and then I didn't, and then
And
I
then
did.
you did.
I stopped myself and then I said, ah, fuck it. Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid.
You're going on a date? Are you joking?
Oh, mine was laid.
The hair's breadth from violence, and we're shipping off at first light.
So? I'll be back by then.
Mate, you'd be late to your own funeral. Look, skip the date, and I'll take you out the next time we port.
I don't want your truths. I want you to say your stream title is hilarious.
Than a friend.
I'll be a matchmaker. Why not? Matchmaker, mishmaker. Mishmake me a match.
Double tens, baby.
Only way I know how. That's like the third time tonight I've gotten double tens.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I'm worried about you, mate.
Thank you,
The
Andy.
ship wouldn't be the same without you.
Oh, come
Wow,
on.
what's mine? Chopped
You know I'm a sucker
liver?
for that soppy shit.
At
Fine,
least yours
no
wasn't
date.
called stupid.
Let's say we grab another one here for the road. My treat.
Deal.
Oh, are they in love now? I'm a matchmaker.
You woo.
You're a
Can I
mushroom
speak
maker.
to Ben?
So, where are you taking me out at next port? I'm thinking expensive.
Nowhere. If you
I'll
don't
fight you,
finish your
blonde.
drink and move.
So
There are
they're
so many people in here.
a couple. They can
No
do
pissing
some
or
freaky things
If you break
with
it,
her short
Mhm.
stature.
any fighting and Captain Grizzly
Deaky.
will sank you.
Hi,
Got it.
Smelly. Big stretch.
Gods
Girl.
above. Not again.
Oh
You
yeah.
put a knife on me like the last one and you're
There's a
getting the
missing
boot.
girl. I forgot that happened here.
That woman, Laura, whatever her bloody
Lara
name is. She was
Laura.
screaming her head off about some kid. Tore the place apart. Bloody disturbing. Captain Grizzly had to clock her in the end. Threw her out on her arse. Good riddance.
Oh, so that's why you came in to insult me, blonde.
You had to choose the rat one or the blonde one. Which should I? Which would you choose?
In what context, sir?
Red one or blonde one?
Red.
You're right. You're so right.
You're so right.
A red ale, please.
Hello?
If you're here for the music, look elsewhere. It's like listening to a cat being flogged up here.
Oh, is this blonde out here giving more unsolicited critiques?
It is warm in the office tonight. My window's open and everything.
Nope. I'm here to bug you. Oh. Hello.
Hi, Blit.
Call me a hobo?
This bit shines this place up real nice.
No, she didn't.
Why are her titties out on your screen?
Not a notion.
Are her titties out?
Look at her. Look at.
So-called Vanner of hers.
Myself
I see a jacket.
Bro, I'm looking at your stream. Her titties are straight out on your stream. What do you mean?
I
didn't even. Why?
I'd no beef with her before this. All are welcome in the maid.
This chick's just got leg holes and just her fucking titties are just out.
Dangerous. Next time she pulls a knife on me and mine, someone might die. Something has to be done.
The funniest part is Chi-Chi's been talking to this lady for God knows how long and didn't even notice that she's just fucking tits out. Like, you can see it from the side. There's her nipple and everything.
She was definitely wearing a shirt when I came up to talk to her.
Oh my god, Gigi's modding. I just look over, because I have the multi-stream up, and I just happen to look over, and she's just tits out. And I'm like, Gigi, what's going on? And Gigi's like, what do you mean? Like,
Only to shut someone up. She's dangerous. And I couldn't call myself a captain if I stood by and did nothing.
Ma'am.
I hate to come to this, but I'll pay a hoard of gold to whoever scuppers her. Permanently.
she's just tits out. What is happening?
I don't know, man.
No less insane than lying about having a kid. If you don't do it, I'll find someone else. You can make it painless.
Just like full tits.
Not everyone.
It's like that scene in Mean Girls, but she doesn't have a bra on.
Uh-huh.
Gosh,
I don't know. I don't know. That's the crazy thing. Is like, why?
It's just nipple. It's just side nipple right now.
Oh my god.
A tough negotiator. I like that. You've got yourself a deal.
It's
Return when
just
the
full
deed is done.
tits.
Oh yeah, blonde. Every single NPC has a body rendered. They just put clothes on top of it.
She's wearing a shirt.
Oh, she had a shirt on my screen. I was watching your conversation.
She's wearing a full ass. So it was just okay.
That's hilarious.
Free the nip and only the nip. I'm dying. The fact that I didn't even notice is
You didn't even. I looked over once and I was like, what's going on?
I'm sorry that I look women in the eyes when I speak to them and not in the tits.
Okay, but like that was very glaringly obvious.
What's hilarious is nobody in my chat mentioned it.
No, nobody in my chat mentioned it either. They just were
exactly, blonde. Nobody noticed. Well, if people were watching Pink stream, that it looked perfectly normal.
Yeah.
All y'all who are in mine, I've got some questions.
I just like want to like look at the clip because I literally asked Gigi like what's going on, why are her tits out, and she's just like she's not, and I'm like what? Hello?
Because when you said it, it was
stream
zoomed
delay
in on her face.
Because stream
Well,
delay.
yeah.
Yeah, but it was just funny. Like I was like, how did you not notice prior?
No idea. There's no idea. I was not paying attention at all.
I have to pull up the
anything.
stream. I have to pull up those clips. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I can almost see too. god. Hilarious.
Scream when she realizes.
Because suddenly tits.
Oh god, that was so funny.
Oh my god. You're too busy hating on the stream title? My stream title is hilarious. Okay, so we're gonna kill Laura. Because suddenly tits! I wasn't
I've watched it
expecting
twice
it.
now. It's so funny. Oh god. Oh gosh. The funniest part is the timing because of stream delay. Is I go, bro, she's tits out as soon as it like changes, and then you scream.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Yeah, so there were two clips that were made. The one that's from my stream perspective is the one that you want to look at. And the first one that was
Yeah,
made.
so this one. Hold on. So this is the one. This is the one. That's the one. That's the one.
Can I take this folding
Oh
screen? That's
god.
insane. Oh hey, YT. You just missed the
YT, look at the
shenanigans.
clip.
Word of advice: don't open a tab here. I didn't pay for 16
Don't open.
and suddenly
You feel like you missed something? Yeah, watch.
You did. You did.
Watch this clip. Bro.
I want to watch it again. It's pretty funny.
It's so funny. You can't even like post it on like YouTube. You'll have to censor it.
Yeah.
You wound.
I see a jacket. Oh god.
So fucking funny. Why are her titties out? Okie dokie.
It's so good. The scream is so good.
You can only post onto Twitter and nowhere else.
No, you'll just have to edit it. You'll just have to put like little stars or something on it.
Hmm. I can do that on Streamladder.
Yeah.
I just because I'll also have to do it depending on where I crop it. You vote YT's face on him? Jesus. Oh my god.
Nipple tassels.
Got permission? Good price too.
Or a G and a G.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ridiculous.
You'll be right in no time.
I just literally, like I said, like I didn't even actively, because like I have the multi-Twitch up on the same monitor that my chat is up on. So I wasn't even like actively like looking at your stream. Like I was
Right.
looking at
You
chat,
just
but I was like, are those
watched
tits? Like
Okay, where are we going? What are we doing?
Okay, hold on. I actually need to kind of get back into Oh yeah, we were trying to find the girl. Figaro Pennygood is next on the list. We need to find him before the killer does. Okay.
Oh, he's right where you are.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So let me get to where you are then. Something felt wrong while you were gone? This is what you get for
You felt a disturbance in the force.
A tit-sturbance?
A tit-sturbance in the force.
I know. I was really expecting YT to show up the second somebody mentioned tits. Does this game have nudity in general?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially when you get into the romance scenes with your characters.
This has, but you can choose. You can have it turned on or you can have it turned off. It's not necessarily. It's forced on you in the sense that it's the default, but you can turn it off.
No way to run a
If
business,
that's not your thing.
Can't even browse while he's with a client.
But yeah, it's very adult, it's very mature. There's romance. There's a lot of sex. There's a lot of, yeah,
murder.
A lot of murder. You know, the big three: boobs, booze, and murder.
Blood?
No, murder.
I found a hatch. Hello? Could you... Why can I not unlock this hatch?
Well, hold on. So then how do we do this? So we can do boobies, balls, and murder. And blood. Sure.
Blood.
Boobies, beer, blood, balls.
Okay, I'm suddenly not able to, like, interact with anything.
Blowing inland today, bringing in the stench of belching smoke and metal.
I'm trying to think of how I did that. Did I just have to quit the game when it did to me, or did I just? I think I just teleported away and went back when it did that to me.
Okay.
Try that first.
Blood for the blood god. Where's the closest?
BB and Burger.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, can we talk about the fact that there's these mannequins in this store with these fucking gorgeous dresses that you can never own in the game?
That's so stupid.
You
Hi,
can
Grace.
never own this dress or this dress or this dress in the game.
Do you want to see the funniest thing that's ever happened?
Oh my god, Grace.
You, like, just missed it.
Hold on, I have it. Hold on, Grace. I've got it. It's still copy-pasted. Grace, here you go.
No, I still can't interact with anything.
All right, we
Okay,
can quick save and yeah.
Yeah.
Quit out. There you go.
What are you watching? The most hilarious thing that's ever happened. That's what you're watching.
Oh.
Hmm?
I didn't. I clicked on something I didn't mean to.
Unusual for prey to supply
It's
the
not
tools of its own
loading the
butchery.
game.
Yeah, because I'm in a cutscene now. Because I didn't. Hold on.
Well, no, I'm trying to just get back. I quit out of the game entirely, and I'm just trying to get back into it, and it's freaking the fuck out.
Such a fleeting
Boobies, balls, and brutality. Ooh, but it's boobs, booze.
It's okay. I can just reload. I think. What the? Her game glitched, and she didn't even notice for like a good 20 seconds while talking to this NPC, and then I glanced over at the stream together.
It was very funny. Hello? Okay.
Exactly.
That weird something. I don't know. It's like a tingle in my spine. I can't shake.
It was very silly.
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh
my gosh.
Grace, how are you?
Now that we've bombarded you with tits, how are you?
With boobies. Boobies. Boobies.
Don't forget to link. I know! I just got the email. I got the email on stream, Busted. I was like, who's texting me? And it was the email. I know. I'm so excited. And I'm excited because, like, even if I don't get Pocopia right away, like, I still have plenty to play because I can upgrade all of my other stuff.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse
Okay.
while he's with a client.
Now it's working. Oh.
A tingle in her
It's lagging,
spine.
but it's working. Do you dye your own hair?
Moving ahead.
Did you die peacefully in your own home?
Thank you for the streak, Grace.
Getting hyped?
Stripped
I'm so
away.
hyped, dude. I don't think you even understand how hyped I am. I'm so pumped.
Why did you open the door? Why did you open the door before stealing something?
If I'm lucky, if I'm super lucky, my tax refund will come in before the Switch comes in. And then I can upgrade both of my Zeldas. Because those are really the only two I want to upgrade to the higher definition. And get Pocopia.
I'm gonna unlock this hatch. Double tens again. It's just, it is the way. One of the rewards for the fundraiser you did was to go red for packs.
Oh.
Nice.
A red money piece.
Money piece.
So did you have to lighten first?
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's
It's
with
already
a client.
pretty light. Oh, this wall ain't real.
This wall ain't real, what?
What kind
Oh,
of
I
ice
see.
cream though, Grace? I love vanilla ice cream. My favorite, I think, is the chocolate chip cookie dough.
So for vanilla, do you like French vanilla or do you like the home style vanilla?
Yes.
So you do like both, but what do you prefer?
Yeah. I mean,
I
if
like
I'm
the
given
little
the option, I like vanilla bean.
Yes, with the little speckles
The
in
little-
them.
Yeah, the little
Yes,
bits of
same.
bean.
I like the real vanilla bean vanilla. I like the creamy vanilla as well, of course. But some people don't like the little speckles. I love them. Real vanilla is so good.
Oh,
Vanilla bean.
there sure is a trap, and I sure did step on it.
Now I want some ice cream. I'm just hungry in general, I think. I think anytime anyone says anything, I'm just like, oh, I want that. But it's because I'm just hungry. Literally, that sandwich that I had on stream was all I've eaten all day.
Okay, listen.
Those people are incorrect. Exactly. Where are you?
Okay. I'm in...
You know Jahira's not with you, right?
No, I didn't know that. You did say to remember to group.
Yeah, it's okay though.
Hello? Yeah, there's a hatch in this house.
There's a hatch
And
in this house. There's a hatch in
There's a
this house.
hatch
There's a hatch in this house.
In this motherfucking house. It is like half rendering anything in this game right now. This is crazy.
Because you quit. Yeah, you did quit the whole game. That's right.
Yep.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Do I have like a gust or something?
I have Gust of Wind. Do I have a thing for it? Do I have a spell for it, maybe? Yeah, I have 3 scrolls of Gust of Wind here. I'm sending them to you.
Okay.
There you go. Because I have the actual spell.
Thank you.
I don't need the thing.
Okay. I'll have to.
Oh, I have the actual spell.
The actual spell.
Come on, Pink, say it. Say what? Oh, Bean!
Bean! Oh, nope. That doesn't get rid of it. Okay, cool.
Were you at the same height as it?
Yes.
Like it's not on like a stair below you? Let me see.
Uh-uh.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's Cloud Kill. Yeah, you can't push Cloud Kill out.
Ugh. I perceived the trap as I was stepping on it, and I'm really pissed about it. I don't know how to go about... I'm trying to find where...
So if you're holding Alt, it's not showing you?
I see longsword, greatsword. Oh, no. I thought it went away, but no, it just stopped. It stopped loading it. Only Gigi that thinks you're gonna steal all your food because I know you're gonna. Okay. I don't know what to do about this, because I don't see like a vent or anything that I can disarm. Hello? Oh, there's a button! Okay, we got this.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Okay.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Good job.
I found a button. My perception failed. Why am I not grouped? Uh-huh. I'll disarm this bitch.
Where even are you?
I took the hatch.
Where?
That was inside of the house.
What house? Thought we were going to go see this Figaro guy.
We were! And then I thought this might be the way to go here. I'll climb back up the
Twitch
ladder.
is going to take my streak in another stream despite the fact that I watched the streamer yesterday and interacted multiple times in stream. What can you do? You can watch the VOD. You can watch the VOD today. I know that like it's weird that's not counting you, but yeah, you can watch the VOD.
I'm in this house. Right next to the manhole.
Oh, okay. I see. Show some VODs on delay or some shit. Is it H2O? So you can't watch her VOD from yesterday?
Well, there's a ladder.
She might not have her VODs on at all because they don't. There's not a delay thing for VODs. Like she either has them on or she has them off.
Just keep your hands to yourself.
Oh,
you're being watched.
Where the heck is my chapstick? From 5
There's a
days
man
ago.
in
yeah,
here.
she may have turned her. She may have gotten a copyright strike, and her shit got turned off, and she doesn't know.
At that age. He knows the 7 major arteries.
It's always with
the
her.
blind
Oh, so
spots,
that's a thing she does.
That mind flare is done for.
That's weird. I don't know where my chapstick disappeared to, which is very.
Who's this man?
Forgive me, I was speaking to myself. A habit solitude has encouraged.
Solitude.
Galbraith Stradivas, Mind Flayer Hunter. My son is tracking one of the beasts as we speak.
Ha! That clip is now one of the top viewed clips on my on my clips.
Not ever, just like in the last couple of days, right?
Right. Yeah.
No.
No, the top viewed clip is still the one where I yell penis.
The greater the risk. As I know too well.
My top clip is like so old. I'm kind of sad about it. It's like my previous name. It's not even a
previous name.
Yeah, it's not even a Pixel clip.
Taken up the mantle.
Wow.
He fights tooth and nail every single day. I only pray it's enough. That I've done enough.
Yep, that's what I said, YT.
It is rare to meet someone who doesn't fear mind flayers. You remind me of an old friend. A hero of his time. Here.
I've never seen that
Gifted me
before,
this.
Grace, but interesting.
It's crazy.
Call it thanks
But Wolfie
for
subscribed to
setting
her,
me
I
at
think.
ease. They won't win, you know. The mind flayers. Not with my son fighting the good fight. And
His son's probably dead. I got a shield. I'm gonna go back into your basement, okay?
Can you guys see her?
Was Ellie being cute?
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to zoom in on her in a second. Hold on.
Cutie patootie.
Oh, she was just like upside down, but she's just moved.
That bitch.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I know. Rude.
Rude. Hello?
No way to run a business, I say.
Baby.
Can't even browse while he's with a
A
client.
little baby.
Interesting that my Stream
Ooh,
Deck
pumpkin.
app is not even opening.
You don't need any of this stuff, right, dude? Ooh, a katana. That's fun.
Is this Tiger Woods? Is
What?
the answer Tiger Woods to the trivia?
Oh.
There we go.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
I'm murdering everything. And by murder, I mean disarming traps. Oh.
Full Tiger Woods this
Katana.
time? 96 maybe. Jack Nicholson? No, which celebrated golfer? Whenever he swing his heart towards. I don't know.
Isn't it Mickelson, not Nicholson?
I don't know. I don't know golfers. I just know that Tiger Woods like cheated on his wife or something.
That is true.
Jack Nicklaus.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a
Jack
client.
McGlass.
Nick Faldo. Interesting. Shitty Dick Nick. Shitty Dick Nick. Interesting.
Dick Nick.
Yeah, we're going on a Dick Nick.
I love a Dick Nick.
What are you bringing to the Dick
Sounds like
Nick?
fun.
Some good snacks, I hope. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put something in the microwave.
Myself.
I'm starving.
Yeah, get you some food. Look a picker. I'm just looting this house. He doesn't even do stuff anymore. All you need for... Yeah, but I'm not bringing that. That's not for me to bring.
No way to run a business, I say.
You made pork chops and zucchini for the dicknick?
With a client.
That sounds delicious, though, actually. Do.
Okay. I have a crappy fucking microwave pizza going.
Delicious.
Yep.
I'm just gonna take... Hold on. Like everything. And then I'm gonna send it to camp. Because it's too heavy for my little arms.
Hi, honey girl.
I'm robbing this man blind. Would you like a scroll of planar binding?
Sure.
Merry Christmas. Oh, that looks really good, YT.
Marriage.
Marriage is what brings us together.
Today.
That blessed arrangement. Robbing someone blind? It's not my fault.
How much
He was
robbing you got
upstairs.
left?
Not much.
Okay.
No way to run a business, I say.
Guys, I'm
Can't even browse
getting
while
so
he's
pumped.
with a client.
For
Switch.
the Switch.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. Okay, I think there's only a couple of things left. Oh, I didn't mean to turn off the chandelier. My bad. My bad.
Bum, 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 bum.
Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay. I believe that's
No
all.
way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You are a different bug. Oh, it's because the top part of my window is...
Bug?
Bug.
Bug? Are lagging everything. Okay. Hello, game? Jesus. Okay, where are you? Hello? Did you-
Hello?
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 this
you.
park is nice.
You're kind of coming.
Yeah,
You
I was
can
just going towards where your face is.
You can switch back to Karlak if you want to.
Okay.
Since we're not doing the other stuff right now.
Why did you just... Why are you going around? Okay, just stand right there. You're trying to get in, you don't just stay on the windowsill. Henke? The bug?
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse.
Just what I
while
need.
Minsk is working for the cult. Damn. He must have been tadpoled, or worse. The real Minsk would never join up with the God's damned
Or
absolute.
worse.
Maybe we can help him. The prism, right? He should shut that tadpole up. If he doesn't kick our butts first. It's kind of his thing.
You know I'm up for it, but your party's a little full. Now we're talking.
Okay, great, let's go.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Wee. I thought this said... Oh, it does say Facemaker's Boutique. Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, good.
We just chilling?
Yeah, we've just been waiting for you.
Okay, listen, I was looting.
I know.
Maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling of yours.
So you believe me?
Oi, you! Get in the bloody queue!
No. There's no line.
How long do you think Master Pennygood expects us to wait? I'm bored already.
What are you waiting for?
Can't you feel it?
No way to run a
Anyway.
business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Something. I don't know. It's like
Oh no,
a
they're
tingle in my
downstairs?
spine I can't shake.
Where did you go?
You sure it's not a trapped nerve?
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, everything is lagging.
Light on my feet.
Like how disappointed you sounded when you said, "Where did you go?" Where did you go?
Because yet again, Gigi is looting instead of questing.
Wow, okay. I was trying to find stuff. And by stuff, I mean the quest. I feel like I'm being judged right now. Listen, no one's paying attention. Tea. We can make so much money. Am I this much of a loot goblin in actual D&D? Depends on how much detail I'm given about how many things are around. Sometimes this stuff is necessary. Oh, they're still downstairs? I thought they... Oh, someone's dead.
Someone's reported a theft in this area.
Oh.
It seems
Who?
you're the likely culprit.
Who?
What will you do?
Who? Who? There's literally no one here but some dead bodies. I don't even exist. I'm not even here. Who saw me? There's literally nobody here.
I don't know.
This neighborhood isn't what it used to be.
You've been caught mid-robbery. Your next move had best be a careful one.
Who are you?
What was taken is free to be reclaimed, and you are free to go.
Where is this man?
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
What do you mean? What else is down there?
Okay, fine. I'll stealth while I am in this entirely unoccupied room.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours, it seems.
Oh my gosh, are you...
There's literally nobody here! Fine. There's nobody here. It's this man. It's this man down here. No, that's a different person. I don't know.
It's unusual for prey.
You see
to
two
supply
bodies?
the tools
Okay.
of its own
This man!
butchery. Razors, scissors, nail files.
You okay there, buddy?
So many cuts one couldn't make. And yet, such a fleeting window. But then, who am I to deny the auspices of destiny? For we are celebrating, Master Figaro. You have the delicious honor of being my crowning achievement. Your body is my ultimate gift to my lord. But together we shall transcend.
I like how I'm just letting him do this entire fucking speech.
No, you didn't like him.
I respect paralyzing your target. Makes the kill easier. But a monologue? Really? Yeah.
A challenge.
Why did Asterion disapprove of that?
My lord tests me. This piteous hovel will be your grave challenger.
All right. Let's fucking go, I guess. Have some pocket sand. Hello? Why is nothing working? Hello? Let's try this. Hello? Why? What is happening right now? I can't do shit. I can't attack.
What?
I can't do anything. I click. Nothing is. I can move, but I can't. I can't do shit.
I don't know.
My game is broken. It's. I think. I can't do anything.
I mean, I can quick save and we can try to reload it again.
Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Yeah. I'm annoyed. But you know what? At least it's better than my entire fucking stream fucking out.
It did start with the titties. The titties broke everything.
It's true. Started with the titties. Started out with the tits. How could it end up like this? It was only the tits.
It was only the tits. Now I'm falling asleep. And my stomach is
And
sick. And she's taking a drag. And
from
something.
Oh. Where's this man? He's upstairs. How is he upstairs?
That's how he found you. What do you mean?
He wasn't upstairs. He was downstairs. I'm so confused right now. Okay, well.
Small price to pay. I mean, probably like an average size price to pay. Like, they were pretty average.
Savor your final breath.
I mean, I guess that explains how he caught me. If he was actually there, but my
Right.
game had him downstairs.
Is he gonna do anything, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
It'd be really nice if, like, something would not be broken. Oh!
I didn't move it, so I didn't hit the dude.
The dude.
The dude. Unlike some people, I try to not make sure that, you know, the civilians get hurt.
What some people are you talking about?
Oh, you know, just the person who blew up an entire field of poisonous and
Okay.
and mushrooms that can blow up, explosive
Okay,
mushrooms.
I didn't know there was a
Just saying. One of us almost killed a man, and one of us did not.
He didn't die.
I said almost.
I feel so attacked.
No.
Ah! Ah! Okay. Near
Only
death
builds
only.
character? Yeah, uh-huh.
No way to run a business, I see. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Can't you feel it?
Oh my god. So laggy. Why did you run up to shoot him? Oh my god. Everything's fine. That's bonus action dash. Can you come downstairs?
Can he not go through his own door?
I don't know.
He just used dash and cutting action dash. I think we found his weakness.
Game glitching?
I think his weakness is doors.
Doors?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the bane of all D&D.
Don't linger.
Don't linger. Like, this bitch is just walking around, like, shopping.
Listen, if you gotta shop, you gotta shop, man.
Can't even browse while he's with a client.
And she's bitching that she can't even browse because he's with a client. It's like my guy. Like,
I guess we have to go.
yeah, you
murder
gotta go
him
help
where
him
he's
get the
at.
door.
That's as far as I can go. Uh-oh.
Oh, he didn't even need to go in the door.
Wait.
He didn't even need to open the door.
Yeah.
What?
Cool, I'm so glad that I wasted my entire move.
Standing in that godforsaken light a moment longer. Felt like I was gonna faint.
And they'd probably chuck you in the river if you did.
A better position.
Oh, I need you to move.
Unless.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
I don't know if it's enough. You might get hit. Yeah, you're gonna get hit.
I can't move anymore.
He wasn't even here? Where the fuck? How much movement does he have?
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
Thanks.
Let's have some carnage.
Alright, so let's do...
I mean, I guess he did also cast dash, and he's hastened.
Okay, well.
Baldur's Gate will be your grave, brigand!
Brigand!
I say.
Baldur's Gate!
While he's with a client.
The Brigand of Baldur's Gate. He tricked y'all, he did. That was crazy though, like he didn't even need to go through that door.
I think he's just right here. Nope.
Yeah, I did Cone of Cold. He would have been anywhere in the vicinity.
Yeah. It's just that the movement acts weird right here. I don't know. I got nothing.
He's gotta be in this back room.
Can't even browse while he's with a client.
Can't even browse. And I could scoot back here. Well, I guess I can get that far. I can do this.
I don't know where the fuck he is. Unless he went back upstairs. Did he go past you and go back upstairs?
I don't know. Guess we'll find out in a minute.
No way to run a business, I
Bum,
say.
bum, ba-da,
Can't
ba,
even
bum.
browse while he's with a client.
Get spirit guardianed.
Go for the throat.
Okay.
Do you think we could swim?
I don't really have anything if we don't know where the fuck he is.
Maybe. I don't know how closely they watch.
I lost my rage because I couldn't attack anybody.
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best thing there.
I mean,
Gods know what else is down there and all.
I guess I could just kind of like hang out here and see where he is. Ah! He was there! You whore!
Bro, how did he paralyze me? Excuse me? Okay. What?
Make it hurt.
I don't know. Magic, innit? I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird.
That's crazy.
So you believe me then?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate.
Nice, 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 nice,
I
nice.
say. Can't even browse.
Nice, 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 nice. No. Okay, fuck this man. How did you dodge that? You're blinded. Fuck you.
What is he fucking throwing?
Ow.
Can't you feel it?
Carbassian's gift.
No way to run a business, I say. Can't even browse while he's with a client.
It's like a tingle in my spine when you shave.
You sure it's not a trapped nerve?
Mason jars of piss.
Blood comes easy these days.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, honestly. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's me.
Bollocks! I told those idiots not to let anyone through. You. Name, rank, and reason for interrupting an active crime scene. For your sake. the
Excuse
last
me,
one
I
gets
just
you
helped you
bloody
murder.
dead.
Agnes, adventure, curiosity?
To fetch her another bottle of mead, no doubt. Yes, I'm Devella, the unfortunate colleague. Unless you've got useful information, leave me to my work. Duke Stelmane's dead, and I've got to find who killed her.
Can I suggest to investigate this Emperor man who's inside my brain?
That'd be really great.
Good. That's it. Proof that I was right. I've been working on an assignment, see? A research project of sorts. I knew my conclusions were sound. But this... I never expected this. I'll tell you what I know. A century ago, there was a man. Saravok Anchev. He was a child of the god of
Saravok.
murder, Baal.
Bow.
He ruled the Iron Throne.
Bow.
A dark
Iron Throne.
tower hiding a
Oh my
darker
god.
secret. It was the front for a deadly arms dealing network. There,
Saravok amassed an army and sought to become a god. Under his stewardship, the Baal temple was revived. And with it,
Temple of Balls.
the Baal cult itself. Fortunately,
The Baal cult.
temple
The
was
cult of
destroyed.
balls.
And to cleanse the city of Saravok's memory, the Iron Throne was torn from its foundations and cast into the Chionthal. For most, that was the end of it. But cults like that don't disappear overnight. That list you spoke of confirms I'm right. The Baal cult is back, and someone is out there, continuing Saravok's work.
There's a lot of options.
I know, holy shit.
No doubt you found a trail of bodies in their wake. The brutality of the killings is on a par with Saravok's own. But there's something more here. Something new. There's a reference to these murders. A certain flair. It's as if they were done in worship. The precision of the cuts. The depth, the execution. The best butchers in Faerun couldn't make a cut like that.
Best
Trust me,
butchers in Faerun.
I tried to explain all this to my superiors, but they wouldn't have any of it. They told me to drop it. Told me the city doesn't need another conspiracy theorist and to get back to doing my job before they find someone else to do it for me. But you're not bound by such constraints. Oh, help me out here. Help the city out.
Do it for
I bet
$1 million
if
bucks.
you follow the trail of these murders, you'll be able to unearth
$1
the truth of this resurgence.
million.
1 million billion trillion.
Oh my god, that's so many.
There are patriarchs on the murder target list. I'm oathbound to secure them first, so I'll be heading to the upper city next. While I'm there, the other potential victims will be at risk. Could you warn them?
What do you think I've been doing?
Not from round here, are you? We're in Baldur's Gate. This is just how things work.
Not my problem if you only want to help the rich. Exactly. Fine. I'll figure what I can do.
Fine.
I'm
That's
just
all I
starting
can
to
ask,
disapprove, of course.
and more than I hoped. Once I'm done with the patriarchs, I'll head to Basilisk Gate to have another go at convincing my superiors to put some resources into this matter. Meet me there if you've anything more to report. And good luck.
What about the people in the sewers?
I should have known it would be you. Thank you.
Oh, you're
If it had
welcome.
been the dwarf alone, we might have stood a
Oh.
chance. But these
Two things that we need to talk to her about,
swarmed us.
apparently.
We were paralyzed before we even had the chance to fight back.
Yeah, weren't you supposed to be protecting
I
them?
was heading that way after we last spoke. When I
A
heard
second ago?
commotion.
You literally like 2 seconds
stepped
ago.
in
It
to
was
see
too
what
late.
going on. It's not every day you have the chance to catch a killer in action. Not even in this profession. These killings aren't random. In fact,
I
they
know,
seem to
there was
be
a
part of
list.
some
We
sort of
told you.
test. That document you showed me before. the
Yeah,
one with the
a
victims'
minute
names on
ago.
it,
Yeah.
That was the briefing. The killers paralyze
Girl.
their victims, take their hands as an offering for Baal, and make it look like the cult of the Absolute was behind it all. It
Ugh.
grants them access to a tribunal. From what I could gather, it's some sort of rite of initiation for aspiring cultists to
Tribunal?
prove their worth. And it's taking place beneath Candle Hallow's tombstones. Like I said before, it's not something I can look into in an official capacity. But you... It's not a place I'd ever heard of, if I'm honest. But rumor has it there were some hidden cellars somewhere near the Elf's Song.
Even you for.
How did you... Perhaps it's best I don't ask. Do what you have to do.
Karlak approved of me having a hand, by the way.
When I'm done, I'll stop by the Basilisk Gate. If
Listen.
you've got anything to tell of your investigations by then, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, you mean a second? In a second?
2 seconds? Oh.
That was a delayed reaction from... I got pulled into the conversation.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
I mean, yes, mostly.
Hello? Oh my god.
I couldn't take standing in that godforsaken line a moment longer. Felt like I was going to faint.
Not for communal use.
Sorry.
All right. Time to
One
skulk
day.
about.
Do you also feel a deserving discount coming on? Oh my god.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
One day I'll catch a break.
That's the problem that you have?
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best swimmer anyway.
Oh,
Want to know
thanks.
what else is down there?
On my wares.
Quietly. Just like old times.
Any trick.
What have we here? There.
You have hats. You have clothes. Cute. I don't want any of this. Although that is one hell of a deep V.
Moving.
There's a lot of dye here too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the clothing guy.
Let's see. Let's hope for gold.
It was a Balist that tried to kill Master Higgins.
I don't really want anything from you, sir. That's not underwear. That's a... You wanted a slutty little harness? Bitch has got a slutty little harness.
Oh, yeah. So I have a question. Why is there an entire man in Karlak's inventory?
I'm sorry?
I did not stutter.
I don't know. Who is this man?
I would like for you to tell me. Which is why I asked you. Why there's an entire man in your inventory.
I don't know. Hidden amongst the clown parts.
You don't know who this man is?
I don't know who this man is. I do not recall.
I do not recall acquiring an entire man.
That seems like a problem for later. Stranger danger,
The fact that she doesn't even know this man is the even crazier part to me.
Oh my gosh.
Like there wasn't like, oh yeah, that was like this guy that would like. No, she's just like, excuse me, there's a man in my inventory.
I do not recall. It had to have been from something. Booba out, oblivious. Listen, okay. Man in inventory. Oh.
How'd that get there, Teehee?
I don't even know. Oh no, is there the body of a man in my inventory? Boba.
I can't believe I had to actually like acknowledge like, Gigi, there are tits on your screen.
Listen, my head hurts. I'm doing my best. That's not an excuse, though. You send these 10 blank canvases to camp. YT has been activated. I do like how whenever you come in because you heard one of your trigger words, you just say whatever the word is. Look at these nerds.
Do you think we could swim into the upper sea?
What am I gonna do with the man in my pocket? I don't know. Seems like a problem for later.
Were you gonna identify this man ever?
Oh, listen, I'll get there. Oh, there's a locked thing. I'm busy stealing paintings.
We should probably also rest.
I'm severely wounded.
Yeah, I was gonna say for no reason, but you know.
I'm severely wounded.
Yeah.
There's nothing in here! Okay.
Totally chill, calm, cool, and collected.
Call out, but there is no answer.
Oh. I don't know what just happened. Hydrate and stretch. Okay. Everything just freaked out. We're good. Did you go back to camp? Is that where you
Yeah,
are?
but you don't have to rush.
I'm gonna grab this man out of Karlak's inventory.
And do what? And do what with him?
I don't know. Chamberlain Dufay. A vampire spawn.
Right.
Well, he's here now.
Right.
Don't ask me how he got in Karlak's pockets. I didn't even know you could put entire men in people's pockets.
I would like to know how he ended up in your pockets, for sure.
Listen. Eventually, when I edit the video of last week's stream for YouTube, maybe I'll see how
I don't
that
know
happens.
if you even will.
I probably won't. That's a known trick that players playing necromancers use, but I don't know things, nor am I playing a necromancer.
Ah. All right, let's go back.
Yeah.
I've
Wonder
done
if
it
the body's
before with improvised melee weapon.
Just throw a body?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. You have a man in your pocket? Feels like you are playing a necromancer?
You should definitely. I should do a run where I class Astarion as a necromancer, so he's a necromancer.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Can't you feel it?
I'll take that, and the small shovel.
Something.
What else can I steal? A bucket!
In my spine, I can't shake.
Are you sure it's not a trapped nerve?
He just wants to do some art. Okay.
There's creeps in cloaks creeping around down in the sewers.
Oh,
Creeps in cloaks.
And they probably chucked you in the river if you did.
Those clanking grey steel watches. I bloody bloody hate them. No matter what the mouth says.
Get a killer look.
What is, dear? What is?
Drab attire, lackluster skin, my darling.
All right,
You
what's
need my
next?
gems. They'll brighten even a ghoul like
We
yourself.
got the murder target. The murder.
Or, if you are the practical sort, I also stock enchanted
Oh, we have to kill
stones.
Laura.
They're almost as magical as myself.
There's so many things.
Remember, a life without
We could go. Wait, okay, hold on.
A customer.
Thomas C. Quirkilius.
You look like someone who knows
Quirkilius?
their way around
Quirkilius.
Or perhaps
Is this
enjoy
one of the quests we have?
No, this is the name of this guy. His
Oh.
name is Quirkilius.
Liar.
Quirkilius.
No, it's all the same words. Quirkilius.
Quirkill, yes.
Quirk kill, yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank
Citizen
you.
or refugee.
The mouth can publish all the fluff pieces it wants about those steel watches.
The
I
mouth
think
can
they're a
publish.
menace.
Oh. I think they're a menace. Can I have this apple?
What's on your mind?
Oh, didn't. Sorry. So sorry.
Sure.
I was trying to pick up the rotten banana, and she got in the way. Obviously. We could go examine the Emperor's old hideout.
I think we did that, but maybe we missed something there for sure.
Why does it still say that it's a thing we need to do?
I don't know, but I thought we did. But we maybe missed something, so we can go back. But I think it did the same thing with Will's because we like found Will's thing before he like asked us to do it.
Maybe just do something else then.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Do you want my input on anything, or do you want to just do
Sure.
whatever?
Yeah.
I'm
down.
Let me see. We can finish the aid the Underduke thing.
Mm-hmm.
We can try to find. Oh yeah, kill Laura. We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
How many more body parts do we need?
Let me look at the quest. It should tell us. Find Dribbles the clown. Alright, so we found his torso. That's 1. Severed hand is 2. Arm, leg. I think we need to find his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5 pieces, so I think we should need to find his head.
Okay.
Unless we have to find his other arm, his other leg, which I just don't remember. Yeah, we have to find his head for sure, though. There's also stuff down here to do. That we haven't. There's something over here we haven't even started yet.
Yeah. There's so much.
I know. Act 3 is huge.
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 It's almost like it's a whole fucking city.
Almost like.
It's a restricted area.
Sorry, I was looking at the map.
You're good. I'm just filling it in.
Why did
A
you turn?
monster. It's a
monster.
The monster mash.
Was a graveyard,
smash.
He caught on in a flash. Was a monster mash. Wow.
Wap,
wap. Wow. Silly. Cool.
The man behind. It's not a lie.
Oh.
If you would just listen, I could explain. You have done quite enough explaining.
Bro's got some eyeliner.
You have poisoned the very hearts and minds of these good, kind, gentle citizens with your lies, your delusions, your conspiracies. You hide behind a mask of stories we have seen beyond the veil. We see what you really are. Fearmonger.
Gasp.
You monger fear.
Monger.
Monger.
Agent of chaos.
Hell yeah, though.
Parasite stirs in recognition. This man is infected.
Let the hells follow! Today, citizens, we rid ourselves of this cankerous sore. Today, we burn away all falsehoods. Today, we will be divided no longer, for today, we rise in truth.
Don't just stand there. Help me, goddamn it! Help me!
How did you
We're
get
not
here,
gonna let
Volo?
this happen, are we? Volo's... Well, he's Volo.
Well, calling out mob madness is not gonna stop mob madness. What you got? You got a problem with Guyliner? Wolfie hating.
What's this? Another heretic in our midst.
A heretic?
Another mind clouded by the disruptor's lies. Another soul to cleanse.
I'll cleanse this.
Well, we are nothing.
I'll cleanse this dick. Is that what you were gonna say?
No.
No.
No, please, no.
Okay. Okay. There's an awful lot going on here. Bye.
Hunger of Hadar. Hey there.
Hunger of
Hey
Hater. Am I right? Am I right?
Get in the hunger, Darkwood. What is your name? Dirtwood. Dirt, digga, digga, dimma dog, dimma dog, dimsdale, dimma dog. Dimsdale, dimma dog. Oh my gosh, the thing I sent you about watching Markiplier had me fucking rolling. It's not pronounced. It's Domatresque is how it's pronounced, but it's spelled Dimitrescu. And so the whole first half of the game, he kept saying, Lady Dimitrescu, I'm coming, Lady Dimitrescu. So then, like, and he would, like, walk in, he'd be like, Dimitrescu, Dimitrescu. I was like, oh my god. And he was like, the Dimitrescu Dome. And I was just like, oh my god, I'm fucking crying right now. You have to have one or the other. You don't trust both. I mean, honestly, kind of fair.
Feels like you're hating.
Feels like you just don't like punk rock music and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Honestly, it's very judgmental. Oh, it's my turn.
Just deliver special delivery to you.
Thanks. Oh. Ugh, 5 hit points.
Rude. Rude.
Rude. Ow. Ow. What are you...
He's trying to push them out of the hunger.
He did not succeed.
He did not succeed, it's true. But he doesn't need to really know that. Right, can I do this and get you out of it? Nope, doesn't matter, you killed them. Perfect.
Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't see that person. My bad. Ah.
I like how Volo's in the initiative, like he can even do
I
anything.
was like, help me. Dimma 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 dog.
Dimsdale dimma dog.
Dimma 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 dog. Dimma dog. Dimma dog. Dimma 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 dog. Dimma dog. Dimma dimma. That takes me back to 3 months ago.
I know. Whomst is left.
There's
Oh,
two
man.
people.
Yeah, I
over
see them
here.
over here.
Yeah. I don't like the sound that the little specter makes.
Time to press ahead.
Please, I can't feel my legs. Oh.
Can I dismiss you? Dismiss. Bonus action.
Lieutenant Gigi's got no legs.
Alright, I guess he just dies eventually.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, I can't take anything. Here, Karlak, you loot. You've got plenty of strength. I'm just a wee little baby. Can't even carry cheese.
We have enough tadpoles now that we can do 2 each, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can't slow down.
Let me know when you want to do that.
I'm just gonna let this dumbass out.
Yeah. How did you even get here? Ho?
Gods, I really thought I was done for.
Done for?
Thanks are in order. Again, what's an heroic story without a little risking of one's neck? Eh?
What did you fucking do, though, bro?
And you know what they say, the bigger the story, the more people want to kill you for it. I'll tell you all about it, but not here. Too many eyes, ears, and weapons about.
Weapons?
Meet me at your camp.
How do you know where my super secret camp is? Everyone just knows where my secret camp is. Alright, I'm taking mine too.
You're taking your 2? Okay, I'll do my 2 and then I'm gonna do a quick BRB.
Hmm.
I gotta go piss, girl, and I need to take some more ibuprofen because my head is
Then go do
attacking.
we can go piss girl now.
I want to do this really quickly.
Okay,
Ooh, repulsor sounds good. I'll do that. Gross. Dragon Edge?
Something's going wrong down there.
How much for the salt pizza?
Bet my neck on it.
Including
Oh, is fire happening? What's happening?
So...
Are you in a fight?
No.
Honey, you go with the girls. I'll find another way to Waterdeep. These fish small. I can't go without you. This is the only solution. Trust me. I'll catch up.
Oh. Did you explode the...
Yeah.
Did you kill my girlfriend?
No, she's literally standing right there.
Why does she have 1 hit point?
Because she took a little bit of damage.
She was basically full.
Well, she took a little bit of damage.
Did she take all of the damage and then you healed her back to 1?
That's crazy.
I'm gonna go BRB.
Bye.
Stop killing my girlfriend.
I'll meet you at camp.
Chat. Did she just kill my girlfriend?
She's literally standing right there.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll BRB. Give me like 5 minutes. I got a bunch of shit I gotta do.
Yeah. I'm saying she's not dead. She's literally right there. It's fine. Who wants to talk over here? Oh, Volo.
We get along quite well, I think.
Exactly. She has 1 HP. She's not dead. She just took a little damage. It's fine. She took
I
a
hope there's
teeny
nothing
bit of
troubling
damage.
you, my dear. All right, let's talk. Who knows when we'll have another chance?
He's gonna get all upsetty about this though, because it's gonna be he's gonna think it's condescending.
It would be nice not to have to rely on you as my great protector, but, well, I do appreciate the thought. Nothing special, of course. You're only the first person who I truly care for.
I love the throat clearing at the end. Like,
Yes, love.
yes, love.
All right, let's talk. Who knows when we'll have another chance? How could I say no?
Is it the good one? I like the good one. The hand one. Whatever, you're such a hater.
Delicious. Can't get enough.
Hater! Hi, Mir. Baldur's Gate is great, as always. I like this one too, but it's not as good. The hand one. The hand on the face one is the best one, but the hip one's good too.
You are perfect.
I think there's a third one.
Every time. How could I say no?
No, it's the hip one again. Bummer. Why are you going? Oh. Horseman? If you don't stop being a hater, I'm gonna have some words to say. Oh my gosh, guys. Hold on. I need to do a full screen of her. That's what I'm gonna do real quick. Okay. What did she do today? Ran around. So I don't know if you guys saw, but in the others, let's see. This. I have the little like frame on all the others, and I don't know if it's too much or if you guys don't care. How do I make this centered? The lights don't bother her. Smelly. Ellie, smelly. No, she's out. Hi, baby girl. Hi. Oh, your ear. Oh, your ear is broken. Your ear is broken. Hi, Fix. No? Okay. I'm sorry. You can go back to sleep. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you, like, aren't deaf and you can hear me. I'm so sorry. Go back to sleep, tired head, little girl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I fix your ear? Your ear is broken. Come here. Is it snacks time? Do you want a treat? You want a treat because you're the best girl? Here, I'll give you one. No. Sit pretty. That's such a good girl. That's such a good sitting. No, you just get the one. Just the one.
Okay, I have returned.
Okay. Just the one. That's all you get.
Also acquired tortillas to snack on. Oh, shit, I forgot my charger. Mir! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
You gotta chew it. I know you're sleepy, but you gotta chew it.
I'll grab my charger really fast.
Sure.
No, I just came back, but I forgot.
What?
Okay. I'm here.
Okay.
I
We
see
need to rest.
my girlfriend is still almost dead.
Well, we haven't rested, so.
I know. Exactly.
It's just dumb Will.
We're just chilling.
No, it's just dumb Will who wants to talk.
Oh, yeah. Actually. No, we also need to talk to Volo.
Yeah. If your pets had an accent, what do you think they would be? Ellie's would be a Mexican accent.
I don't know what Sophie's would be. I feel like she would talk like a little gremlin. She'd be like, meow, 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 meow.
You're a smart cookie. You figured that out, huh? You silly girl. Hey, can I get some lovin'? Can I get some lovin'?
I don't know. You did something fucking stupid. I just assumed decades of spreading lies and misinformation caught up with you. Such a sassy thing to say. Pish posh. Hoda. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Mir. It is technically my 5-year affiliate anniversary, but it's fine. I don't give a
Aw,
shit.
congratulations.
Yo. Sure. Twitch prompted, That's totally fair. When given a button, one must click it. My face. Just like this bitch. Be set.
You and Buttons is GG and looting, yeah.
What?
A lot of you are like that. I could make a channel point that says, do not push this button, you will get banned, and people will push it, and then wonder, like, oh my god.
You know what's funny? You say that. I've honestly legitimately been thinking of having, like, a daily thing that's literally just push this button as a, like, a daily channel point redeem.
Oh, I mean, my daily duty one says it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says, like, you've collected your daily duty, like, good job clicking the button.
Oh, but, like, mine is just gonna be literally, like, just, like...
Click the button, yeah.
Click the button.
I just noticed I've been sitting here in silence trying to listen to your conversation, and it doesn't work.
Exiled from his home in the elven
What?
paradise of
What's not working?
Soldanessala, when he attempted to seize the power of life itself, he instead turned his magnificent mind to murder on a grand scale. That is how he came to crave the power of the Baal spawn. He saw them not as
Your friend Jesse has a useless point trash compactor redeem.
I have one that's it's called absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I did. How many did you guys? How many points did you guys end up throwing away? It doesn't let you extend it for forever, unfortunately.
You'll need every advantage. I am a living witness.
I got them all back because we didn't reach the goal.
Those 100 years
The goal was like 1 million or something.
So I know
that's
your
hilarious.
Battle against him is not futile. He can be stopped, but not all of those who stood
And
against
it's
him
69,
survived.
yeah.
And those who did were never the same again. I wish you luck, my friend. And I hope that when I see you again, you'll be in one piece. 2 or 3 at most.
Something like that, Wolfie, yeah. Maybe I'll do it again, since you all like to brag about how many points you have.
That's a fun, cute little thing.
Minsk, the Great Ranger. He's alive and infected. Else, we need to act.
You ain't doing shit.
There you go.
Okay.
Have we spoken? We have spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Are you not entertained by my flex? I'm very entertained by your flex. But I know you could do it like 4 more times and it wouldn't even affect you.
We sold everything.
Slipping through the absolute blockade is risky business. Everybody
Risky business.
Risky biz.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting back in bed, Smelly? You're so cute. I love you so much.
Oh, wave mother.
Smelly Ellie.
Queen
Smelly
of the
Ellie.
depths, hear me. Please carry Holly to her final rest in the deep wilds. Please. Sorry. Are you here for Wave Servant Holly's funeral? Oh, it's already
I like your
started. I
dress.
was just inside.
I'm gonna get it.
You're gonna get it?
Mhm.
You're gonna kill her?
No. We have to do a quest
Oh.
for it.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very pretty.
Please,
I
you're most
know.
welcome. We have much to be thankful for. May the
Thankful
Wave Mother
for.
smile on you as she did Holly.
I can't wait. She has nice teats. Oh my gosh, Mir, were you here for the tits?
No, she was not here for
Mir, if you weren't here for the tits, here's some tits for you.
Oh my god. I love when there's things that happen that I know that I will never live down.
Oh
Wasn't
god.
expecting to find the servants so preoccupied.
I want to watch it again.
I kind of want to also, I'm not gonna lie.
Just make sure to sweeten the deal.
Gods. I'm barely enough to keep my ship sailing, let alone extra for Umberly.
Oh my god. It's so good every time. Oh my
so
god.
funny. Don't worry, we sent you the tits. It's fine.
Here to make an offering to Umberly as well, eh? They say it's good luck to placate the bitch queen after a drowning.
Placate. Sure.
Glad to hear it, friend. Maybe Umberly will set her hand to all the strangeness going on in Grey Harbor now she's lost one of her own.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. We were dying. We were actually dying, passing
It
away.
was so fucking
Oh
funny,
my
bro.
god.
Sorry, mate. No time to chat. Just here to make an offer and then leave. In and out, yeah?
That's what she said. Make an offering and leave. In and out.
In and out. I mean, a couple times, but you know.
Yeah, preferably. At least a few. Gross. Hey.
The celebration is in the main chamber. Praise Umberly!
As the Wave Mother welcomes another daughter to the deep wilds, know that we too shall gladly follow.
Can't chat.
You don't get the headpiece
They all
though.
have the same outfit.
Yeah, you don't get the headpiece though, which makes me really sad.
Well, the important part is the booby jewelry.
That's part of the dress, but yeah.
It's booby jewelry.
Yeah.
Rejoice, sisters, for Umberly has blessed her humble daughter with a pure death. Her lips blue with her kiss, her lungs full of her quenching word. Umberly's mercy saved her from a slow, sinking death in the beast's shadow. How dare this beast sully the safety of Grey Harbor? We will find its
Sully the
master
safety,
and send him struggling into the bitch queen's embrace. Not a sweet,
Honestly,
sleek
slay. If I had to worship a god, I would worship the bitch queen.
Like for sure though.
Like for serious. Like fucking
like
slay.
For totally serious.
Honor the Wave Mother's fallen daughter.
Fallen daughter.
The other gods do not look kindly on the bitch queen, but she looks kindly upon your prayers. priest. Yes.
BGK, a couple former friends of mine were playing on this stream where their character was completely Nikki, tis to peen. So there was one time where I was playing in a group, and it was me and two other people, and we go to camp, and we like go to turn it to night, and like in the background, Shadowheart is just full butt naked, like tits out, bush out, everything. And we're just like, Astro, where are Shadowheart's clothes? Like,
While she was swimming in Grey Harbor, she was found by some fishermen. She would have suffered a terrible, agonizing death had Umberly not bestowed upon her the mercy of drowning.
Naked, of course. Listen, whatever makes you happy. You can change your genitals.
Yeah, you can do the whole thing
character
naked.
creator.
Like, legitimately, hold on. Like, hold on. For sure, I'll show you.
The Queen of the Depths is generous to those who serve her.
So you can legitimately be butt-ass naked in this, but not be naked in, like, battle.
Find the master of this poisonous beast and slay him.
Slay.
And one of her most
Slay.
precious gifts
Slay.
shall be yours.
Is it a dress?
We haven't found its lair as yet. Perhaps you can find where the beast takes its slumber and skewer it before it wakes. Salt kiss your brow. We await your return and the Beastmaster's demise.
So it's like literally you can be naked because you can take your underwear off your character and then have them be in their camp clothes and then just take their camp clothes off, but then you're like you still have all your armor on. So like it's very easy to do and like to still actually be able to play like tactically. So like you're not losing any of your armor. You're just butt-ass naked, but armored. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Wait, I can loot this dead bitch.
I do play off stream. I do play sometimes just to like, not annoy my friends. Like annoy isn't the right word, but just like to throw my friends off guard. Like sometimes I'll just have like Astarians just like dick out. Like just like quietly, like not even say anything.
No, you would never.
Not for communal use, it
Oh,
seems.
sorry.
Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
Okay, so I need to get the cape, which is in this room.
The music is lovely.
Yeah, it's all right.
Could you, thank you. Where's my shovel? I got rid of my shovel accidentally.
You sell it?
Yeah.
Silly girl.
Like, where is it? It's not here. I grabbed all of the shovels and then I sold them.
I just want a little look.
Rejoice as the Wave Mother welcomes another daughter to the deep wilds. Know that we too shall gladly follow.
Oh, but Karlak has 2 shovels. Perfect. I'll take that. That's what she said? Was what she said.
Oh, sorry.
You sense it might be time to...
Okay.
Get
I was
out.
invisible though, so that's kind of bull. Alright, if you can't behave, then leave us in peace. Oh, I can behave, trust. Fine.
This game is big. It's fucking gigantic. It's like 160 gigs, something like that. What up? I'm taking your fish.
This chest.
For all the
Has been
titty
reported,
texture.
and it seems you're the only suspect. Choose your next step wisely.
Oh no. I passed.
Hey!
You've been given the benefit of the doubt.
Din
The others think I
Pimberg.
don't know shit, but I do. I do know shit.
I know shit. I take at
I'm
least
sure
one a
you
day.
do, buddy. I'm sure you know so much shit.
Stop! These are the flood tides chambers. You've no business here, Flotsam.
Hydrate.
Flotsam and jetsam.
Flotsam, jetsam.
If they're right about the Swahagan, I may take up another line of work. Though nothing seems
So
safe
now it's
these
all for the
days.
titty texturing. It's pretty.
Is all for the
nice.
tiddies. Tid ease.
Teddies. Capybara. Evanesco.
Glorious wave, mother.
Oh, hey. A bloated carcass.
Where the heck is? I thought this
What's in
thing
here?
was in here.
It seems the rules have not changed in your absence. You're still
Uh-oh.
trespassing.
Oh. Okay, hold on. It's me, your old friend, Agnes. You wouldn't shut the door on your old friend, would you? Holy fuck, it's a 22.
Oh no.
It's okay, hold on. It's okay, hold on. It's okay, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah. First try.
I'm leaving.
I'm over here with the Astarion, like,
I'm leaving. Hey guys. How's it going?
Girl, hey.
Hey. By the way, they don't really like you being in here. So.
I'm taking this jug.
You're taking someone's jugs? Ooh.
Oh, ooh, woo.
Hell yeah. Yahaha! You found me.
Yahaha!
Alright.
Excuse me, gosh.
What you want to do now?
What we got? La 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 la. We could do this Avenge the Drowned since we're here.
Yeah, I want the outfit.
Yeah. I was gonna fast travel.
To where?
Since I already had the Grey Harbors.
Oh, okay, it's right there, sure.
I already had the map open, so I was like, risky business.
Risky business, they say.
Riskin' business for the riskin'.
Riskin' for the bizkin.
I hate this. That lousy smuggler won't take all of us because we can't.
We can't afford to have births. Can't afford births. No one can afford births in the American healthcare system, honey. Trust.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Oh, so I'm trying to walk. That's why I end up turning eavesdropping off, and then I fucking can't do anything.
I'm sorry, I stopped.
No, it's all good. It's not your fault.
Try your random titties. Oh, I will. Good night, Grace.
We've got a job to do. These goods need to be delivered.
And I have a duty to the city and to Lord Gortash, so hold right
Thanks, YT.
A distinctly leathery taint to the air in this
Boop, 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 Must remember,
What's in here?
but fact.
Oh. Is that in here already?
The lodge.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Baldurin. Horsecack.
Horsecack. I didn't mean
She said
shit.
horsecock?
Cack. Shit. Horse shit. Horsecack.
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 Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop.
I'm not sure.
Oh, a locked sailor's chest, you don't say.
What?
A locked sailor's chest.
A what?
You just walked past it.
Where? There's a loose plank.
You're gonna hide in front of all these people.
You don't know.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if this pays off for her.
Okay. Do you think anyone will notice? It's probably fine.
This guard caught you picking a lock. Perhaps you'd like to try the lock of your very own self.
Okay, girl.
Talk your way out of this shit.
They're supposed to do that.
They're actually doing their jobs, and you're just like, no, I'll just kill you instead.
I'm not gonna kill her. I'm making a joke.
You've convinced them, for now. But transgress again, and no amount
Again.
of talking will get you out of trouble.
Okay, well,
But we still didn't get the thing, so
I'm
you see.
working on it. I'm working on it.
No, I was finishing the joke, where she was like, "Don't do it again," and you're like, "Okay, but."
But also.
But also, you see, we still haven't opened this safe, so.
Oh my god. I'm just standing behind this column.
Go to New York
where
City
no one
tomorrow?
can see me.
For what?
New York City.
New York. Concrete jungle
Concrete
where
jungle
dreams
where
are
dreams
made
are
of. There's nothing we can't do. Hi, Dave. How's it going?
Hi, Dave.
Your daughter lives there and it was her birthday yesterday. That's nice. I hope you have a good time. New York City? Yeah. Nikki's going to New York.
New York.
No, New York.
Why is everybody running? Why is everybody running? All I did was open a chest.
Are they all telling
Why is
you?
everybody
Oh,
freaked out?
wait. Oh, you don't have her out. Never mind.
Oops.
What are they? Why are they stepping all funny? What?
Being arrested for theft. If you have a
Oh,
defense, make it now.
my God. Do not give them $3,000. Do not.
I'm not gonna. But also, nobody saw me. I was behind a pillar. Are you gonna come bail me out of jail?
I am gonna have to.
What are you doing?
I like how you just poof
Cannot
away.
defeat the brain without that stone.
Wait,
We already murdered everybody here.
Yeah, which jail are you in? Heapside prison?
Heapside.
Just walk out. You already killed everybody. I don't even need to break you out of prison. We've already killed them. Oh, and you have the key because I've already killed everybody and looted everybody, so you can literally just walk out of prison.
Huh.
I just want to say, Baldur's Gate, your prison system, not very secure.
No consequences to my actions.
Didn't they
Okay,
take? They took all your shit though,
bye.
didn't they?
You've been caught trying
Yeah, I
to
got it
flee
back.
your imprisonment.
Oh my god.
Choose
It was
your
right
next
outside.
Move carefully.
Oh my gosh. Try and tuck your way out. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for it to fucking load.
Oh.
I'm very sorry.
Her hair is something.
It's delightful. Do I want? Let's go with panache. I want advantage. Perfect.
Your words are suitably persuasive.
I
It
am
seems you're free
so
to go.
sorry.
That's wild.
Okay, bye.
It's contraband, and I'm confiscating it. You ain't confiscating this dick.
Damn. Damn. What's the fastest way? I'll travel to Baldur's Gate.
No, go to the Grey Harbor docks and go around.
Okay.
I'm on a boat, motherfucker.
I'm on a motherfucking boat.
Well, hello.
I got my flippy floppies.
I got my swim trunks. I got my flippy floppies.
Something straight making copies.
Whoa, whoa, mate. This is the
Oh.
last place you need to be. Clear off, yeah?
That's not a real song. Oh, yes it is. Hold up.
2 words.
The Lonely Island, bitch.
It's the Lonely Island, bitch. One of my favorites.
The Lonely Island, bitch. This is a great cutscene. Why am I trying to...
I'm on a boat and...
I'm going fast and...
boat. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. Take a good hard look at the motherfucking boat. Motherfucker, take a look at me. In the deep blue sea. Cause I'm on a boat.
Oh, yeah. Weapons, drugs, bit of fire wine.
Crisp.
You know.
Swim trunks. I got my flippy floppies. Oh, I'm flipping burgers. You ain't Keiko straight flipping copies.
Yeah,
That's what it
I couldn't
is.
remember what it was. Something
Yeah.
straight flipping copies.
This is real as it gets. I'm on a boat and I'm doing a
Pleasure
fast
as
and
always.
I got a nautical
Better clear it
theme,
out before
Pashmina
the fish get you.
Afghan.
You know how they are.
Yeah.
On a boat like Leo. Oh, like Neo.
I think by the rules we're entitled to a break.
Right.
Over here.
No, YT, don't unfollow and refollow again. You've already destroyed your follow age twice.
It's a big dark rotary road.
That's no bloodstain. It's oil.
Look
Something sprung a
at
leak.
me.
To get this tub out of here before they tighten the blockade.
Coming your way.
Yeah, 5 days. I do think that your follow age with Pink is probably the same as it should be for mine.
Nah, I think you might close, but not quite.
Maybe like by a
Yeah.
day or two. But... It was funny both times. Uh-huh. Oh, we've already been here. We already murdered here.
A long time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's actually over here.
Oh. I'm on a boat.
Just another crate.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Hey, we
dick in
were
the
already
box.
here. Step
Pipes
1.
and pumps. That must be how they keep this basement dry, though it's clearly below harbour level.
Fuck, why am I so tired? Greasy, smelly.
I thought that this was how you get down here, but I could be wrong. I might have to go back up. Oh no, is it over here? Yeah, it's over here. Mm-hmm.
Oh, this big fucking door that we just didn't go in the last time we were here. Okie dokie.
What path lies before me?
This is probably fine.
Dick in a box. Dick in a box. Timberlake's best work. It's true.
Honestly, not wrong. As somebody who was an in-sync girly. In-sync girly.
Dick in a box. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, ha 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 ha. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I have a party trick, and I don't know if I can still do it. It's been a very long time, but I used to know the entire ABC's rap that they did, the spelling rap.
My party trick that I used to have is that I used to know all the lyrics to "It's the End of the World as We Know It" by REM.
Well, I feel like a lot of people just in the 90s knew that song.
Yeah, except that I was 6.
Okay, fair. Okay, fair.
But people also didn't know the words of all of the verses. Well, there's that jug that I stole. I mean, liberated.
There it is. I was like, why can't I find the playlist? There's this one too.
Why is all my shit? Oh, because it was right.
A lonely island.
What's this?
I just
You
had
ain't supposed to be down in there.
sex.
Flag good.
And it
Curious metal
felt so
contraption in the
good.
water. A submersible.
Side of her.
Why is it here? What is this place? You can't have submarines.
Have you ever had sex? I have. It felt great. When I did it with my penis.
Kablam.
No news is good news, right?
It was the
Especially with
best.
rough water between here and the Iron Throne.
Felt great.
No prisoners lost
After
in the last
I
batch
was
of
done.
Rams either, though them
See you
servants
there.
of
Guess what I
Umber are
just
making
did?
the
Had
trip
sex,
damn near
undressed,
deadly.
with my penis and the
Bloody
rest.
salt is always
Damn
flipping
near
around in the
deadly.
water. I've almost hit 1 or 2 now. Might have even
Just
nicked
had
one off the port bow the other day.
sex.
Maybe that'll teach them to keep out of the way. It's an underwater prison, most secure in the realms. Myself and Cap are the only ones who can make it there in one piece. Lord Gortash keeps some Gondians there. Collateral to keep those working in the Steelwatch Foundry
seconds of
under
my life.
control.
A turtleneck sweater.
Do you now? Boss never sends anyone that away but prisoners.
That away.
Letting us do you. Matter had sex. Doesn't matter had sex. Doesn't matter had sex. Still counts. I just had sex. Wow!
Oh.
That was a 1.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Alright, well, I don't want to use our last fucking inspiration.
No, probably not.
We need to get in here, though.
Can I talk to him?
Maybe.
You must take me for a fool. I ain't going against Gortash for the likes of you. No way. Feck off while you still can.
Feck off?
Alright, yeah, you can try. Alright, hold on. Here's one of my favorites. Let's see. Yeah, Mother Lover's good. Threw It on the Ground is good.
Spot a curious metal contraption.
Yes.
This one. Okay, so this is called Spell It Out. And I used to know this. Let me see if I can still do it. And me, you know who the F I am. And if not, let me spell it out. They call me
Happy birthday to the crown. I ain't a part of your system. I'm an adult.
LYASASIDETHIGHT comma I apostrophe MJUSTHHO TONCASHANDHAVEIRONSINTHE FIREBUTINTHEC ONOMYIT apostrophe double LHAVETODOMYNAMEIS Lenny. Close. I used to know it. But I lost it, but I used to know it. Wait, that's gross.
Oh, the Jableeder's on you.
The
Look, I don't want any
Jableeders.
trouble, but I know old Gortash is up to some mad shit in there. I'll take you in, but look, there's some bad shit going down in there. You don't want to get involved. Neither did I, but it was them or me. I'll get Cat warmed up. Get in when you're ready.
Okay. But also, what's over here? There's things. Ooh, a metal trunk. Lock picker.
Shut the fuck up and suck my dick. Do that get fuck? The fuck all night. Till this shit's in my shoe. Fuck you, man. It's man here
Ow.
screaming.
What's hiding here?
Yep. Suck my dick. Well, I laugh, you die. I'm talking to you. I'ma fuck you too. It's for pussy.
Are you muted?
Yeah, I was talking to chat, sorry. Yeah, sorry, what?
No, it's fine.
No, we were talking about Lonely Island. I'm sorry. You were doing stuff.
You say that we needed to go into this, or?
Yes.
I love to go to the Iron Throne.
Yeah, there's a sequel. It's not as good, though. But yes, Horseman, it is actually Natalie Portman.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, even mine lagged for a second there.
Aren't you the intrepid little adventurer?
Oh, why is it you? I went in first.
Where you don't belong.
I don't know. Fuck you, Gortash.
Oh, fuck you!
What do you want me to say? Do you want me to say fuck you?
No, what are you doing here is what I want to do.
The Iron Throne. A ruin from the city's dark
Lazy
past
Sunday,
that
yeah.
could become a template for a brighter future. It is the most useful tool for
Threw it on the
motivating
ground,
our
Lazy
government
Sunday,
workforce.
all the same.
Key to the construction
Era.
of steel watch that keep the city safe. But like all tools, the moment it ceases to be useful, I will
Something to do with Brussels sprouts, Nikki? I just like to roast them with some, like, bacon and a little olive oil and salt.
or the
It's
deaths
really
of
good.
everyone inside will be on your conscience.
How many people are trapped within? How many lives will be lost?
Oh, shit.
Do you want to go?
I don't know. Where are we going there for? I don't remember what we're going there for.
That was a mistake. When the
Make the
corpses
exact
start to
decision.
wash up on the shore, remember, you could have prevented all this.
Bacon is anytime. It's eggs that are morning only.
Except for deviled eggs. An egg salad.
Roast it with olive oil and then you'd like top it with bacon. Sorry.
Okay. So. I'm a little low on spell slots, but we should be okay.
Why am I?
Halt.
A cold, suckering wetness grasps at your mind. A voice
Gross.
familiar to you from the Underdark wraps itself around your brain.
You must act with haste.
Duke Ravengard is held within these walls. He must be extracted. Normally, I would find your people's lust for pleasantries amusing. Unfortunately, we have no time. There are many hostages here. Duke Ravengard, chief among them. He needs your help.
Okay. So.
Do not concern yourself with me.
I'm gonna quick save because we might have to do this in a couple attempts.
Okay.
Duke Ravengard is held in the security wing. Be careful. There are many hazards. This structure is collapsing. Act with speed. Act with efficiency. Good luck.
Okay. We have 6 turns. We're gonna have to split because Omelium is in one place and Duke Ravengard is in a different place.
Okay.
So the way that I've always done it is I've always split into teams of 2, whether I've played with other people or I've played single player. And I have one person go after Omelium and I have one person go after the Duke. The person that needs to go after the Duke needs to have either some sort of traversal spell, like Misty Step or something, or needs to have like a lot of movement range because he's the furthest. Hold on. I may have already fucked up. We may need to go back. Where's our quick save? We auto-saved at the Iron Throne. Okay, so we're right here for a save. I'm gonna go back because I'm actually gonna put Misty Step on before I forget.
Okay.
It's literally right before we get into the sub, so we haven't lost anything.
That's fine. Posture check.
Gort ass, yeah. Okay, so we're about to go in. Let me swap my spells to invis for, let's do Misty Step and maybe even Long Strider. Alright, do we want to rest or anything to have full slots or anything first?
Sure, we can rest if you want.
My feet can carry me.
Do you have Misty? Oops, that's the wrong one. Do you have Misty Step?
I have Misty Step, and I also can, like, bonus action dash.
Okay, so you might want to go for the Duke, and I can go for Omelium. I think we should rest just because I have all of my level 2s are gone.
Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Also, sorry, that was a little bossy backseaty, but I've like, this is just such a super annoying part, and I'm like, I've done this so many times, and I've just learned the easiest way to do it.
No, that's okay. Sorry, I'm not. I'm not quiet because I'm annoyed. I'm quiet because my head hurts.
Okay. Because when I was like explaining it, you were just like, okay. I was like, oh shit.
No, you're good. No, you're good. My head hurts.
This is literally the only part where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna kind of take control because I fucking hate this part.
I don't want to like. I don't want to fuck it up. So.
We may even need to do it more than once.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we're all rested. All right, we're good. We're good now. We're good. Okay. I have Misty Step. Do I have any scrolls of Misty Step just in case I need to like do some extras?
I only have the one Misty Step.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Here's 2 more scrolls of Misty Step for you. So you can at least Misty Step twice, because you are further. You're gonna have to travel further. So, all right. We can go in.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to give us the whole map. I think we're gonna have to do it. Okay, if I'm remembering correctly, and I might not, one of them is straight to the south and one of them is to the west. I think. But we might have to get back in there for a second.
Okay. No worries.
Okay, we can skip this. I'm skipping. I'm not skipping. I'm skipping. There we go. Okay. What are you doing here? Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blue.
How many people are trapped within?
Dock. Okay. Okay, so. We have like 6 turns, basically, from when this starts.
A cold.
You must act with haste.
Mammalium, is that you?
Unfortunately, we have
Where are you?
concern
Nothing to
yourself.
do.
Duke Ravengard is. Be careful. Act with.
Okay. So, alright, let me see if I can remember. So. South, and then. Okay, so the south is Omelium. So I was backwards. So then you have to go to the east. So you go to the east, I'll go to the south.
To get Duke Ravengard?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go get Omelium. There will be annoying people down here, but there's also other cells. If you can shoot the other triggers and stuff, we can release all of the other hostages. And the more hostages we release, the better, like, they'll help us later.
Okay.
But yeah, you can shoot them. So you're gonna go to the east while I go to the south.
What I was done for.
Okay. Do I have to fight these dudes?
You don't have to, but they will fight you.
This is good. Keep them guessing.
But no, you can just like fuck off and just keep going in your direction.
Miss Charm. Oh well, he saved, but that's fine. Okay. That ends that turn. Karlak has so much movement.
Still breathing.
Cancel
Despite everything.
Can't do anything else here. No, I can't. Okay.
Okay. Bonus action. Can I do anything? No. Do I have to like physically go and open the door?
Nope, you can literally Duke Ravenguards you might have to because I think you have to talk to him. But all of the other ones you should just be able to shoot the triggers.
Okay. Oh.
That's what I said. You don't have. They will fight you, but you don't have to fight them. You can fuck off past them.
Well, Karlak just got ensnared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At the ready.
Hello? Would you like to go? Okay. Later, hoser. Can I ensnare myself?
Can you? Is there like a health action for yourself?
I don't know. Slashing and fire damage remove the netting. Okay, well, can I just... No. That was a good use of an action. I can't do anything! I'll do this. Can I... Nope. I can't move! Well. Ow. Ow.
Damn, they're just like fucking Karlak up right now.
Ow.
Yeah, I told you it's so hard. Hi, Huey. How are you?
Hi, Huey.
I hope you're well.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn.
Sorry, that was really funny. He will survive!
Your sister's wedding today? Nice!
Oh yeah, how did that go? I know it was like super stressful, right?
Wait, why do I have control of him? What?
Who knows?
Oh my gosh. That was the when you unlocked it.
Hmm.
Well, look who it is.
Hey, girl.
I was hoping you'd bound along. A bargain's a bargain, and I've come to see it through. Mia Furia. Kneel for me.
Oh, girl?
If only Will were here to see this. This is what he wanted, after all. Now, stand back and enjoy the show.
Bitch!
Alexa, stop.
Uh-oh. Extreme measures. Okay. I think I needed to stay there.
This guy's having a rough time. Alright, I'm going to...
Very well.
Where did all of my arrows go?
Not the best timing.
Seriously, where the fuck are all of my arrows? Hello?
Take it over here. Alright, and I don't have an action, but I can get him the next time. Oh, you had a sore and full, and you have a migraine? Hopefully the migraine came after the wedding.
Where did... Okay, well, then I'll just throw this. Cool, immune to burning. Amazing. They're from the hells. That tracks. Okay.
Honestly, you should have thrown a health potion to him. I don't know. Well, maybe Carla can get it.
Ugh. Yeah, didn't think about that.
Yeah, he's got 13 HP.
Maybe I could just push him. Can I come around to this side and push him? Oh, okay. Maybe that'll help.
Maybe.
I don't know. Stop it.
Yeah, we gotta get him out alive, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I know that I can't just abandon him.
Yeah. Alright, can I take potions from people, though? As the Duke? Yes. That gave me 20.
Nice.
That gave me, like, fucking nothing. Okay.
Hey, strawberry pastries. Nice.
Just a little more to go. Come on.
Freedom! Finally! My deepest thanks to you.
Did I just punch it? Where did my sword go? What is happening? I don't know what's going on, man. He didn't want to use his attack of opportunity on me? Rude.
The migraine? Oh no. Yeah, I totally get that.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Okay.
We can revivify him. It's locked, dude. It's locked. it's locked, dude.
Sir.
Sir, it's locked.
Excuse me, sir, please. my god. He tried so many times to open that door. Good job, Deedle.
I will aid you as much as I can, but hurry. We have little time.
Effective.
This is merciful. You must return.
That was good.
It's the only way we'll survive this.
Okay, do I have Revivify? Where the fuck? Where's all of my shit?
Still stuck fast by some mechanism.
Asterion has the scrolls of Revivify.
I have one as well.
Do you mind if I take it?
I do not.
Where do you? Do you?
Yeah, I see it on my hotbar. It's probably in my potions bag.
Oh. You.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Target must be a playable character.
All right, so do you want to reload?
Yeah. Sorry.
No. I told you this is hard.
Yeah.
This one is tough because you have a very limited time to go a very far place.
You must act with haste. Duke
Tell me what to do.
Ravengard.
Yeah.
Be back.
All right. There we go. Okay, same plan. I will still go south.
I'll still go east. Give me a minute. I'll get you on the way back. Boop, 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 boop.
Okay, now the question is, can I hit both of these?
Rage. Because then that gives me bonus action dash.
Free the others. I thought I was done for. I'm too weak. Breathe deep and move.
Next week is the baby shower. You've got so many things going on. Ow. Bro, chill.
Hi, Fred. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the Steam gifties. I haven't seen you since to say thank you.
Gifty, gifty, gifty. That's it for a long while?
You're
Okay,
welcome.
good.
Thanks. That was really cool. It was unexpected.
Look at them go escaping.
Mm-hmm.
I can make it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. No. Dash because I'm so close, but not close enough. And I'll throw.
Miss, because you're a loser. Fucking loser. How goes Baldur's Gate? Good. This particular part is really tough, though. But so far, so good.
Okay. Now he has 50 extra hit points. Hippus.
He saved my thunder wave. Okay.
Okay. Ow. Yes, tricky.
Yeah, and then they're all gonna go for him.
Well, I healed him by 50. I can see if I can do it again.
No, it's just like they're all gonna go for him anyway. It's just tough, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's you now.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Oh, it is me.
Well, look who it is. I was hoping you'd bound along.
Because Karlak last time. It was weird.
And I've come to see it through. Mia Furia. Kneel for me. If only Will were here to see this.
Maybe it's just whoever's
This is
closest.
what he wanted.
I don't know.
Now, stand back and enjoy the show.
It's a shame her tits run out.
You know, right?
You may have to help him. You may have to like touch him and help him.
Make it quick.
Alright, hopefully I get this one, because I got nat 20 last time. Nope, great. Tits? Yes, tits, here. We have to like make this like a command or something.
Sure, he's just gonna bring that out every time somebody mentions tits.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Well, I don't give a fuck. you saying I only have
We
a
do
little bit of
like
movement?
big bazookas, and we cannot lie.
Bazonkas. Man, I wish I had one more attack. Sure. Bonus action.
2 out on the next turn. Ugh.
Me just like push him. Stop! Well, at least he's attacking Karlak and not the Duke. Oh well, okay. Okay, I get it.
Taking a potion from you.
Yeah, go for it.
Ugh, okay. I can't get around without an attack of opportunity here. Oh, yes, I can. Just climb up on stuff. It's all good.
Nice. How much fucking movement do those bitches have?
Those little spiders have
Jesus.
so much. It's wild.
It's crazy. Once again, where is my sword? Why is my sword not equipped? This happened last time. I'm so confused.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Whatever.
Freedom, finally. Okay. My deepest thanks to you.
You got another coffee? I can see.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's go right here.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hit that on the way back.
Here. Dash. Here. Sorry. So sorry.
That's okay. Still got 48, so as long as this guy in front. Well, probably immediately will, but you know.
Oops. Nice. Less nice.
Oh, good.
No.
Okay. Duke, gotta run. Literally almost there.
So
But
close.
I know. Okay.
I will aid you as much as I can, but hurry. We have little time.
Oh, damn. Nice. He just fucking bounces.
Yeah,
Why
no,
are you
it's
going
really-
back in?
Because I'm just gonna be here for defense in case we need it.
Oh, okay. Doop 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 doop.
It's merciful. You must return there. Now. It's the only way we'll survive this.
I'm working on it.
Let's move.
Time to push my luck again.
Should I, as Gertrude, go ahead and go all the way up, or should I still just chill?
I mean, you might just want to stay at least until the very last turn if you possibly can, just so that there's.
Okay. And just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and throw another health potion on this bitch. Why do I have disadvantage to throw a health potion onto a dude?
These boots have seen everything.
No.
Bonus action dash. And fuck up this man. Okay, now he can't kill the Duke.
Okay. That's good.
Well, this man might be able to. Nope, couldn't make it. Oh, sorry, you're trapped.
Nice.
Haha!
Okay, he's.
Bounce out of here, buddy.
Oh, it says I can't. I think Omelium's physically in the way, but that's okay. If we should just be able to get him. Hold on. Can I go around? I think Omelium's just in the way, honestly. That's fine. Just get him on the other side of Omelium for now.
Get fucked. Beep, 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 beep.
No, little dude, why are you doing that? You're just gonna get attack of opportunity. Oh no. Oh, okay. Alright, Astarion.
This is the last round, so I need to bounce out, right?
No, there's one remaining after this.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can go. I think we'll make it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll make it. I think we'll be okay.
Well, let me shoot this man. I can't. I have no weapons, apparently.
Did you not get your weapons back from jail?
Maybe I didn't equip them. That's what I did.
Can't stay idle.
I got my weapons. I just didn't put them in my hands, apparently.
One day, I'll catch a break.
I'll leave Karlak out here so that she can be...
Punch him.
I did. I punched one of them. Not successfully, but I did. I went, eh. You know, like you do.
Oh, homegirl, I just healed you. Sorry. Oh no, it does say last round. Alright, yeah. Not that this meant there was one remaining after this. But
oh, well,
we'll
then I just fucked up by
It's
leaving
okay.
Karlak out.
It's okay.
Water. Sorry, Karlak. Tickles.
So I guess if we just get both of them out, we're good. It's unfortunate
Hopefully.
we didn't get all of the prisoners out.
It's free to follow. It is. That's true.
No, stop following me around, though. It's like, that's not what they meant, okay, YT?
YT's out here being a menace.
Calmness greets you as the submersible slows to a halt. Unlike the Iron Throne, you remain intact.
I did
the same
it!
Cannot be said for most of Gortash's hostages.
Oh.
Duke Ravengard approaches you, looking confused.
He's tackled, but under my protection now, just like you. His mind is his own again.
I'm free. In my own mind again, holy. I will not take it for granted. You have my gratitude, friend. You acted quickly.
Yeah, I definitely can see the giant man following me around.
No soul
No, so sneaky.
here did so in vain. I will honor their sacrifice.
Oh shit. Okay. How did you end
It's
up
where
here?
Gortash stores his playthings, his keepsakes. But I am his trinket no longer. My thoughts are my own now. And my purpose certain. I will wait at your camp. We can speak more there.
Talk to your child or whatever. Oh, nope. You're both dead. But that's okay. We can resurrect you.
Take you.
What?
I need to hold on. I can't thank you enough. I was certain that place was to be my cold, wet tomb. I
Gross.
just wish more of us had made it through. But morning can wait. We were kept hostage to control our families in the Steel Watch Foundry, to keep them building Gortash's death machines. Please. They need to know what happened here.
Right.
No reason to obey Gortash anymore. If they rebel, it'll put a dent in Gortash's steel might.
Yup.
Gond smiles on me this day. Thank you.
I'm sorry that I didn't save all of your friends.
My bad. Oh shit.
You were to administer Umberly's justice. Instead, you conspire with the abomination. He who sickened the harbor with blood so black the sea itself chokes.
God. They're nuts. You have to help me.
Step out of the way. Protect him.
All right, we can't help him because I want her cloak.
Oh, okay. He's all yours. I guess is the only one that I can really do. Sorry, buddy.
What? Mate, you've got to be kidding.
Mate.
Come quietly. The Sea Queen.
Listen.
Will judge you.
I surrender, all right. You wouldn't hurt a harmless man, right? And you. Thanks for nothing, prick.
Eval.
Yay! Close!
Alright, I guess I'll go to camp, or I guess I should leave first.
No, we gotta go to camp. Oh yeah, that too.
I need to resurrect my girlfriend. So sorry you drowned. Totally an accident. Like gold, though. Oh, I did not mean to close. My bad. Why is it so hard to walk through fucking doors? Ugh. It's the loading screens that just lag like crazy. But again, I'll take the lag over crashing my stream.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
So many things. Okay, consider. The bargain is no more.
I want to have a word.
Oh, good. We got
Fate
Grand Duke
spins
Ravengard.
Dost thou require a new ally?
I was looking at all the things that got
return. This is the price of
updated with all that.
Yeah. Quite a few things. Gort ass. Well.
Gort ass.
Well, now we're not friends with him, so he's kind of pissy about it.
Honestly, we weren't friends with him anyway.
Right, but he thought we were friends with him. But we're not.
No. Oh, you got her.
Yeah, you just owe me some money, but it's like fine.
Okay, listen, it's party money.
Yeah, money for me to go party.
For you specifically to go party. So sorry we let you drown, Karlak.
Wait, Bestie, look. Bestie, let me see. Bestie, look. Look, Bestie, look. Wait, no, stay. No, stay. I'm gonna walk the red carpet on my new outfit.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll come over here.
Okay, ready? I'm gonna walk in the red carpet with my new outfit.
Yeah. Hell
Wow.
yeah, bestie.
Wow.
Wow, that's so cute. I want one.
Well, you decided to be a rogue.
I know. I've just been wearing the same outfit for so long.
The entire game. Like, you literally have not taken anything. I'm surprised we haven't found the other store yet.
No.
We have to go find that. Let's go rest, and then let's try to find that store. Because I think you'll like the... I think it's like the... I think it's called like the Elven Armor or some shit like that. Oh yeah, people want to talk. So many people want to talk.
Oh my god. Oh, they need to fucking chill.
I failed. The
Why?
heart of the gate is dead. We need to see my father. He should know what happened with Ansel.
What?
Talk to him again? What? We killed the
To
dragon.
camp. Father should know of Ansel's fate.
Okay, so maybe when we rest, it'll do his things? Does he still have an exclamation point?
Graffiti from before. I never thought I'd see it again.
From before. Why?
Well, I think I was the one who did it. I can recognize my own handwriting.
Homegirl, you haven't been in our party for
long
several
ago was
hours.
this?
You haven't been in Baldur's Gate at all.
You've never been
Time
in the
spent
city.
Training, hidden away from the world. I think I must have wanted to leave my mark somewhere. Just to prove I existed.
Does anybody really exist? Okay, bye. Oh, that's not what... Okay. I was trying to move. Ah.
It's not doing Will's cutscene, okay. What? We're drunk? Oh, teehee.
Did you feed us on only wine?
Did you get the achievement?
I think we've already had it.
Oh, I just did auto select. I didn't do anything.
Okay.
You're
You
not.
like to
You're not
think you
partied, by the
exist?
way.
Wow, okay. Bragging much.
First you cleave my heart in twain, now you shatter it to pieces. My son, a monster. Twisted beyond recognition. To think my blood flows through
Okay,
those
bro,
veins.
fucking chill.
Is this my fate? To be freed from Gortash's hell, only to be trapped in yours?
It isn't what you think. It never was.
You can't tell. I'm wearing a
Turned
stupid
your back
mask.
On me, on your city. To chase the she-devil and her power. She stinks up
Why is
the place
Gale
even
here?
now. It is exactly what I think.
I'm beginning to think we should have let you drown.
Ravenguard's tadpole clenches as your memories and wills flow into him.
My tears rooms. I'm in your mind.
The Grand Duke sees Mizora and her infernal sisters. He sees the agony in Will's face as an impossible choice is set before him.
No. My son.
Hi, besties. Hi, driver.
Oh, hi, driver.
Ravengard sees Will partnering with Mizora to defeat Tiamat's cultists before they could lay siege to Baldur's Gate, and he sees everything beyond. The Nautiloid journey, the perilous path to Moonrise, the astral prism, and the Emperor within.
Will.
Everything I did,
Good.
I did
We've
for
made some
Baldur's Gate.
progress.
I did for you.
Some proggers. Everything I did it for you and Baldur's Gate. It's time you two made up. We gotta stay safe. Or I bet you feel like a real bastard right about now. I kind of like this middle one, not gonna lie. That helmet is wild. Pink put it on him because she didn't want to see his face.
You sold your soul to
I
save
put that helmet on Will every playthrough, so I don't have to see his dumb face. Now I see 4 dumb faces that are not Will's dumb face.
So I might walk free.
Hey, wait. What about my face? Or you mean on the helmet?
Ever forgive me?
Yes, there's 4 faces. It's 4 sides.
Yeah.
What?
I thought there, but there were so there were
What
4
about my
characters in
face?
this scene.
Yeah.
Because there are 4 characters. I thought you were saying that all of the other people's faces are dumb. I was like,
Yeah, now I have to look at these fucking idiots.
My duty is
These
first
chuckle
and
fucks.
foremost to the city and its people. There's something I must ask of you.
Yes.
Well, Disney ain't got nothing on you in your dino park. Are you achievement hunting?
Before I was captured, I was on a mission. Returning from Elturel, I
You
discovered
bowling?
the plans of the Absolutists. I
I'm so bad at
immediately
bowling.
realized the city couldn't defend itself
I
against
love
such
bowling.
an army.
Streaking.
It was so hot. It was like 94 degrees here today. I
has a
nearly
secret guardian.
perished.
A worm that sleeps beneath. He can be called upon in time.
His helmet. No, his dad does know. He said it. He called him a monster.
You've been trained in the ways of the great champions and proven to be one of them. The worm will answer your call. You must seek him out.
I already did. Guess what? He's dead.
I failed, Father. The worm is fallen.
Terrible fate for Answer, my son.
Yeah, we killed him.
Yet
Sorry.
my hopes for the city's future
Sorry.
have never been higher.
I don't understand.
You and your allies slayed the undead terror that was once the great Answer.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. He's been at camp for 105 hours.
He's been fucking sleeping.
To part the storms
Oopsies.
and lead the people through. You, not Answer, are the savior we need. First, you will fell the Absolute. Then we will rebuild Baldur's Gate. We will take back our city together. I will name you Baldur's Gate's newest Grand Duke of the Council. You will be hailed Heart of the Gate.
Grand Duke. I look the
It's a lot of things.
Oh, driver, by the way, you want to see titties?
And the patriarchs of your good
Since you
works.
just got here?
They will know you carry your father's banner.
Uncertainty fills the air. Will has reached a fork in his path.
Just a girl.
In which direction will he travel?
Sure. I mean, if you're not really interested, then, you know.
If you don't like tits,
If you
then
don't,
like
want to
tits.
see them, you know,
I'll
never force tits on you before, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
if just.
Follow your heart, Will. I don't want to make this fucking decision. Just do whatever the fuck you want.
I fought to right the wrongs of the coast.
You just say
To
it like that
slay
without
the men and
context.
monsters
That's
that hunt the
the
helpless.
best way.
Why do we need context for anything?
Not in the
The
halls of
context
upper
is
city
there.
estates.
It's in the clip.
There will be no Grand Duke Will Ravengard, and there will be no
Titties.
blade of
Yes, for
frontier.
everyone who hasn't seen the titties clip.
I am now
There it
the
is
blade
again.
of Avernus. For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey.
Then go with my blessing. Be Faerun's great defender. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. Let these
You just said
be
a
the
lot of
lights
words.
that guide you, my son. Hail the Blade of Avernus.
The Blade of Avernus! A calm settles over you. The Elder Brain is a menace, but with the Blade of Avernus
A
at your
menace?
side, you know you can
He's
triumph.
not at my side. He ain't doing shit.
Yeah. Well, his quest is done now, so just go talk to him, I guess. You know what's hilarious? Since you were in that cutscene and Astaria and I were not drunk anymore, and you guys
A
are.
new name for a
Well,
changed
okay.
mind. The four pillars finally rise within me. Courage.
Why am I always
insight,
drunk?
Strategy, justice. I'm not to abide them, but to become them. Ah, but enough
Out here
reflection for
accidentally
today.
modding
I'm of a
titties,
mind to
yeah.
celebrate.
But she didn't
Listen.
even notice
A few hunks of
for the
fresh
first
venison,
part of the
a round of
conversation
brown ale.
that this woman's
What do you say?
titties were out.
Fully out! Fully out, and I didn't notice. Sure.
Wonderful. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la blade. Let's hope Gale doesn't take offense if I assume cooking duties just the once.
Gale eats boots. I'm sure he'll be fine.
I don't know why that was so fucking funny to me. You don't have shit to say to me.
The Blade of Avernus. The four pillars. I'm not troubled. Ah, but a hearty meal would do the trick. A few hunks of fresh. Of course. You hunt the. Let's hope.
I like
Gale
how
doesn't
if you
take
tell
offense
him
if I
no,
assume cooking duties.
he just goes,
I
"Eh,
scout.
Will takes a shot.
Hey.
He's keeping something.
I will
Wait.
be hunting Mazora.
Why didn't I have that dialogue option?
You failed your
Did I-
insight check, probably.
Oh.
I'm going to make my way.
I don't
to the
even remember there
hells
being
and
an
tear the
inside check.
horns right off her damned head.
Ooh, look at that sexy bitch.
Oh.
Ooh, look at that sexy bitch.
Father trained me in the sword and the bow. They'll have to sustain me.
Good night,
Good night,
Andy.
Andy.
Okay, exclamation point gone. All right. Let's go find
For
your
you,
store,
not
and that's where
for me.
we'll wrap it up because I just don't remember
Yeah.
where the fuck it is.
I'm so fucking
Yeah.
tight.
Yeah.
My head hurts.
I have to
I don't know.
look.
Good night, Andy. Is anybody even looking? Oh. What if I stole?
Don't.
Okay. Sorry. My bad. Where's Karlak? On the beach. Do it? She said don't. She's gonna get mad at me. She's gonna get so mad.
Okay, so this is
I don't want to get into a bubble. That was a quick don't. I know.
Yes.
What is wait. Where are we going? Just a little steal, just a little pilfer. Just for fun. Just little. What if I pink? No.
Don't.
Don't. Pink is done with my shit.
I kind of want to quote that, honestly. What if I don't? Alright, so it says it's across from the circus? What?
We're going to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Okay, hold on.
No, that's not right. There's not a vendor there.
Shun the non-believer. Shun.
Location, Rivington General. Location, which is where? Okay, like there? Yeah, right here. Yep.
He wants to teach them refugees.
Did I once again just turn the wrong direction?
Probably. You might want to go before me, though.
Okay. The door! The door! Oh yeah, look at these buildings we never walked into.
Yep, the Rivington General, not even marked. No, talk to the man.
What man? Oh, the man.
If you're a customer, go down to the shop. Otherwise, clear off.
I was literally trying to.
Well, given this is in fact a blacksmith's, we sell
This
things that need
bitch.
smithing.
Why are you talking to me like that? Fuck.
Give the lazy sod something to do for once.
Okay. Okay. I was literally going in. Oh. There's a hatch in here.
There is a hatch in there. There is indeed a hatch.
From the other side.
Ooh. A mystery. A mystery.
Building a mystery.
A mysterious hatch.
Welcome to the Rivington General.
Girl,
Or maybe a
you are
spear.
way
Look
too
like you know how
chipper.
to use a spear.
Oh.
Alright, so this is the one I think. It's called the Elven Chain.
Okay.
Everything Master Gildra forges
Is it?
magic.
It says you are proficient with this armor while wearing it. The wearer has a +2 bonus to initiative rolls and advantage on dexterity, and the AC plus dexterity is limited to +2. So it's a medium armor that everyone is you're always proficient in, no matter what.
Interesting.
And I think it looks cute. And I think it's one of the only other armors that looks cute. Personally.
I want to look cute.
So then I think you should get it.
I'm gonna, but you're trading.
What, am I not allowed to look too? What?
Want more?
You are, but now I'm just waiting.
There you go.
Thank you. Hi. Hi. Can tone down the excitement. Show me your wares. Is it this one? No. Which one is it? This one?
The Elven Chain is called.
Yeah. Sure. I'll take that. I'll take that.
If you don't like it and you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just sell a few things while I'm here. Just for funsies. That's right, there's an entire chest in here.
You probably shouldn't.
I know. Bye! Okay. Let's see what it looks like. So cute. I need to dye it though. It's not the right color.
Yeah, you can dye it.
Yeah. Oh, while I'm here and thinking about it, maybe I should equip my shit.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I've got weapons now.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not just gonna go up and just try to like slap people in the face when it's time to fight.
That armor looks really good on a woman. I've only ever put it on a Starian.
Hell yeah. Who's a dork?
These are gonna be some sexy photos later that I'm gonna have to go through.
I don't... Do I have any dye? I think all of my dye is in...
I have dyes. Is there a specific color you want?
Black.
Let's see.
Me, Gigi, a dork? No. No.
I don't have black.
I do at camp.
Okay. Well, we have to
But
go
should
there
we...
because it's time to end stream anyway.
Yeah. Should we travel back to Baldur's Gate first and then go to camp so that when we start...
Oh, sure.
We're not confused as to why the fuck we're in
No.
this place? Which, by the way, as a reminder, I'm going to be in California next week.
What?
For my band thing that I'm going to.
What?
I know.
Gigi,
my favorite
you
band.
take time off of this all the time. I feel like you're not really committed.
Okay.
You know, like I feel like one of us is really committed and the other one, it just feels like they don't really ever need to be here. I know. I know. I know.
Listen. I bought tickets to this a full ass year ago. No.
Oh.
So, the Blade of Frontiers is dead. Long
You're good.
live the Blade of Avernus. I just hope he stays focused on battling infernal forces. The undead have it hard enough already.
I'm gonna be melting out in the fucking desert is what's gonna be happening.
Good.
And also sitting by the pool and looking really cute. Sorry.
Whatever.
Sorry.
I don't think you are.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, I don't think we even need to rest. Who wants to talk again? Will needs to fucking chill.
I wanted to try to dye my shit, and I don't remember how to do that.
You just double click on the dye and then drag whatever piece into the square.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have dye?
I don't think it might not dye the whole silver part, but it might dye the arms and the legs part.
We can find out. I thought I had... I know I have, like, black and crimson. Black and furnace red dye. That one. And we'll put that one. Combine.
Do your cape, too. Your cape's been green for 5 years.
That's right, I totally forgot about that.
Ooh, it made it gold accents, which is dope. I think so.
How do I, okay.
You close it and you do it again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
No. It's kind of not intuitive.
It turned it to the same fucking color. Or did it?
No, it's red and black now.
Oh yeah. That's kind of dope.
Yeah, I like it.
That's kind of hot. Not gonna lie.
Is your helmet dyed?
No, that's just the color that it is. I could try it.
I would dye it and see if it turns it inside that like furnace red. There is a thing if you don't. Oh yeah, see, it turned it inside red. Yeah, that's better. And then do your gloves and your boots if you have enough to.
I do.
So yours gotta
Just
get 5.
enough. Just enough. What?
Yeah.
That's pretty great. It's not strappy like the spider silk armor is, but it's still pretty hot, so.
I like it. I think it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
We're both shiny and metallic now.
That's true. But my titties aren't out like
no,
yours
my
are.
titties is out. That is true.
They do
and so are my hips, and like about to be my butt if I move the wrong way. I definitely am not wearing underwear.
For sure.
But I like that I still have these fucking wacko boots on. There's not like, you know, a nice pair of like like sandals or something.
Priorities.
All right, friends.
Yeah.
I'm tired and I also have a headache, so I'm not gonna raid out. I think Gigi is tired and has a headache, so I don't know if she's gonna raid out.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks for hanging, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can't say we'll see you next week because we won't.
Okay. Okay. Listen. I've been talking about this for months. This is not new news.
It's new to me. I've never heard you say this once.
Oh my god, that's not true.
You don't know.
I know for a fact I've talked about it.
Thanks for the tips. I mean, stream. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. No, yeah, stream.
If
Right.
anyone wants a copy of that on the way out, it's still in my paste. So there you go. There's that one for the way out.
Yeah.
I'll probably watch it again because it's so fucking funny.
Literally making this one of the most played clips in my
I have to pull the clip up and then I have to go back to the actual stream and I have to see how long this woman's tits were in Gigi's face before before I said Gigi titties.
Listen. Okay, listen.
Very funny.
It's very funny. Yeah. It's so fucking funny.
All right, friends.
Anyway.
I'm heading out. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. I don't know what I'm gonna play tomorrow. I don't know. I have to decide. We'll see.
And I'll see all my people on Monday. I love you guys.
Good night. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.